That's good enough place to stop the pre-prep. Got the hat on, checked on my levels. Tea has been made. Tea has been coconutted. I could always use more. It's never enough coconut in my tea. Much better. Alright, so. Where did we leave off yesterday? If we go by the number of profiles made, this might be the last case. It doesn't feel like it, right? It seems pretty epic enough. Holmes and Watson driving down the road, subtly. Huge, massive, horrific disaster on a London intersection. So, it feels climactic enough, but it feels also like a pretty basic case since it's identify the puzzle of what exactly happened here, and it appears to have been an accident from a bank robbery getaway got awry. You have 3 suspects. But this doesn't feel like climactic yet. This feels like it's escalation to the end. What I think this is the second to the last case. Because we've seen everyone. We only have the 1, 2, and 3 suspects, I'm sure, is going to be these last 3. We'll meet in current case, right? So this is it. These are as many profiles as we get. There's probably not going to be any case after this, except for the last. Nobody new met. But there is still the mystery of Alice and everything she's got going on with Kate and her entire background with her father and all that. We know who she is, we know where she comes from, but there's more going on with her. I'm sure there is. She says she's going to leave, but there's a lot of build-up. So what's probably going to happen is after this, we're probably going to get like one more case with people we've already met. And so the profiles we got are the profiles we got. Unless this is the last case, and it's just cutscene afterwards, which I don't see that happening. That's next game, that's chapter 1. Meanwhile, Holmes just dragged himself out of a sewer full of pungent mud. And so what's next to the docket? We did go a bit late last night to ensure we wouldn't have to start in the sewers. So next on the menu, examine the belongings of the victims and suspects, interrogate the possible suspects. That means you gotta go to Scotland Yard. Everything here is done. Sewers is done. Accident area is done. We don't get to go home first and change out of my muddy sewer clothes? Just gonna drag this pungent mud all the way through Lestrade's office. Let me refresh my dashboard here, because it says I'm both live and hosting from last night. Twitch dashboard, not exactly the most up-to-date ever.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, we have a slight problem.
He's got a black guy. Were they belligerent?
One of the suspects, Mr. Reginald Butcher, has escaped. It was after we asked him to put his belongings in the evidence room. I'm sorry.
How did he escape?
He hit me in the face. Took me by surprise, you know, otherwise
Of course. That's all?
Just before he left the yard, he shouted, "Sorry, I'll come back later."
Maybe he might.
Sorry, I'll come back later.
He could have said that without punching me.
Is Inspector Lestrade here?
No, he will be absent for a couple of days. Can we keep this
Hmm.
incident between us?
Holmes doesn't care. Holmes already thinks that cops are incompetent. Incompetent?
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
Alright, so. Evidence room. We have 1, 2, and 3. So we do have 3 peoples. Who does this belong to? I can't quite tell the name.
This pen is an expensive one, but it isn't new.
You sure? That looks like a Bic to me. Dear Mr. Butcher, your repeated absence, which is compounded by our delays with the existing workload, simply cannot continue. You are responsible for a number of serious errors that your colleagues have found themselves compelled to rectify. We are sorry for this present situation, as you have always been an exemplary employee. As we understand the complications of your personal situation. But if you are unable to correct your behavior in the immediate future, we shall be forced to terminate your employment. The Directors, Underground Electric Railways, Company of London. A connection to... Could it be then that possibly Mr. Butcher is how they got the technical cart in the first place? He does have a personal situation. He's got a number of serious errors, but otherwise has had exemplary reports prior. Delays with existing workload. And repeated absence. Oh man, you know, I think he might be involved. Maybe he has been taking the cart out for this purpose. Maybe he was coerced into it.
Reginald Butcher had problems with his job.
MB is not Reginald Butcher.
The
A
initials
wife, maybe.
MB.
A master, a baccalaureate. Mr. Butcher, we have the most excellent news for you. Please arrange to visit the hospital as soon as possible, so that we may conclude this matter. P.S. Her condition is stationary. Dr. Matthew Smith, Great Ormond Street Hospital, London.
This letter from yesterday perhaps explains why Butcher was in such a hurry. At any rate, I now have an exact address.
Her condition, could it be he is now a happy father? Are those candy canes?
Reginald Butcher is fond of sweets.
We're not going to chemically analyze the sweets to make sure it's sugar. R. Fowler.
Murad. Quite a popular brand of cigarette.
The same cigarettes as Underground.
Thick leather gloves. They're probably insulated.
Benjamin, my son. I would be so pleased if you could join me and help lead our next charity banquet, which is due to take place on Sunday after the service. Your goodwill brings such joy, and I know that I may rely on you. I remember how your life began in sin, your feeling rejected and alone in the world, and how you turned to the criminal path. But you found the strength within you to make the change. You became a good man. Our Lord will have mercy upon you. I shall always be happy to see you at our church, my son. God bless you. Pastor Gordon. So not literal son. I'm guessing that's a pastor. My life has changed as a Pastor Gordon. And my Farth. Faith? Is that Faith?
My life has changed thanks to Pastor Gordon and my faith. Whiskey. Of poor quality.
And the last one is T. Garrett. Karl Heisend der Mord.
A book. Karl Heinzen's 1848 Der Mord, with a bookmark.
Can we see what page he was on? If you have to blow up half a continent and cause a bloodbath to destroy the party of barbarism, you should have no scruples of conscience. Anyone who would not joyously sacrifice his life for the satisfaction of exterminating a billion barbarians is not a true Republican. Oh, you agree? Such a clear-sightedness! Oh, he makes this easy.
This terrible passage is apparently appreciated by Garrett.
He's got, what is this, a fuse?
Electrical wires.
Electrical wires, so we could have ran this down. A million barbarians. What if he sees the electric company or the Underground Railroad? The Underground, not the Underground Railroad. The London Underground as a means of the monarchists Dear Mr. Garrett, we are obliged to inform you that despite your expropriation, you are still in debt to a considerable sum of money. We would request that you contact our payment services as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be obliged to involve the police in this unfortunate matter. Mr. Stewart, Financial Director, Bank of England. And the Bank of England was hit, right? Steal from the bank to pay off the bank, maybe? Electrical wires found amongst Thomas Garrett's belongings. We could talk to him about that. Letter from the butcher's job. From butcher's job. The lost loot. Encased in barrels thrown into the water, a smart move to trick the police and enable the collection of goods further down the sewer line. They could have almost gotten away with it. Thermite. Iron oxide powder, aluminum powder, and magnesium strips out of the sewers. Ingredients for thermite. We can go to the Ormond Hospital. Find the suspect who escaped. Well, he's gonna be at the hospital, right? Visiting the missus. Hey, Corpse Eater, what's happening? What's happening is that we crawled out of the London sewers, and without changing clothes, just strut up to Scotland Yard. We're still carrying the dirty mud on our boots. The pungent mud, as the game puts it. What's this one? I thought there were 3 suspects, so who's this?
The belongings of the victims. Rasco and his acolyte.
Right. I guess there's wood cut as evidence. Are they also connected to the hammer?
A standard deck of playing cards.
No.
A normal pocket knife.
A normal gun?
A Webley revolver.
Always Webley. Addingley's liquor. Alright, the licorice. Roscoe had a fondness for it, right?
Rasco is fond of licorice. Huh.
But what is
licorice
that?
was found both at the sewers and amongst Rasco's belongings.
And they did have the pungent mud on both their clothes, so yeah. So Roscoe's gang was down in the sewers, breaking into the bank, and using the cab as a getaway. Right? So we gotta find who the counter gang is who attacked them.
A police report about Rasco. He's only a minor criminal.
Mauricio Alfredo Vicente, also known as Rasco, leader of a small local gang whose members can be identified by the gang's motif, a dog tattoo. The gang has been involved in frequent violence, robbery, pickpocketing, and most heinous of all. Anything else new here? The planned bank robbery? He's not a big-name criminal. Someone helped him to plan this robbery. So maybe it's not a counter gang that got word and went to attack. Maybe they were put up to this and then killed to silence them, minimize the share of the loot. That could be it, because there was no loot in the technical car with them. There was only their bodies and a pneumatic hammer, and a whole bunch of mud, which trails from the hole in the building to their escape. So timeline, technical cab crashes to the front of the building, the gang gets in, they drive like 5 feet away, and then shocked to death. So it could be the job was done, and so they were no longer needed. They thought they were going to get away and finally enjoy all their loot. Which is probably the move I'd make too. Like back when I was playing a lot of Sid Meier's Pirates when that was new. Any good voyage has to end with a giant attack on some well-guarded fort to kill off at least half of your crew. So that's more money for you and everybody else who survives. Alright, let's go get some interviews in. Who's first? We got twos of yous in here. The morgue. Would Roscoe's body tell us anything? Is the morgue on the menu? No. Just resolve the murder, interrogate the suspects, find the escapee. But he could still go down. Just gonna be empty and lonely down here. No body to hang out with, no Watson even. No Lestrade.
Locked.
Alright, who's first? Going by the cross on your neck, I'm going to assume. Garrett? Is he? Let's talk to Garrett first, I could probably break him.
Please, escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to
Ain't
you.
got
My name is
no
Sherlock Holmes, and I am
body.
assisting the police with their investigation.
I'm Benjamin Fowler, and I was arrested
Fowler.
by mistake. I swear it.
You have not been arrested, Mr. Fowler. You are here as a witness.
Oh, but I saw nothing. I swear. Let me go.
He's quite handsome. Let's see, profile the suspect. He keeps his hair neat, but might be susceptible to male pattern baldness. He has that one cut along his eyebrow, denoting him as very queer. He's also got a tattoo, but it's scarred over. Did he try to hide it by just clawing it out with a razor? But that means he was also part of Roscoe's gang. He's got some grays in his beard. Religious or likes trinkets? Nah, he's religious. We've seen his evidence drawer. A wart on his knuckles who's got human papillomavirus. Or just calluses. Manual worker. We're not gonna comment on the stained yellowing of his fingers from heavy tobacco use. Okay. Goodbye, jaundiced fingers. Oh, now we are. Yellow nails. Smoker. Oh, Splint, right. He's the guy that John splinted up. Improvised bandage. So he's a manual worker with an injured leg who's religious, a smoker, but also a gang member, current or former, given the scarage over the tattoo. Completely accurate. Benjamin Fowler, man in his 40s, a manual worker, involved with the reconstruction work of the statue of the square, which explains his presence at the scene of the accident, and his resulting leg injury. Mr. Fowler has a dog tattoo, a gang member's mark, which he attempts to hide. Yellow nails identify him as a heavy smoker. He's a religious man. So, about the accident, tell us what you saw.
Could you tell me what you were doing at the scene of the accident?
I was working on the square's statue. I work for the council. I
So
swear
he's
it.
the one who was hit by the hammer, right?
Do you ever work with electricity?
Yes, sometimes. I repair electric lampposts, but I'm not a specialist. I swear it. It's new, isn't it? And complex and dangerous.
I understand.
Mr. Holmes, I know you're a great detective and
He's
you
flattering
understand
me.
me, so please let me go. I know nothing. I swear.
Yes, you swear it, I know.
What about acquaintance to the victims? You do bear their mark.
Mr. Fowler, does the name Rasco ring any bells with you?
First time I ever heard it. I swear.
Dog tattoo.
But your tattoo resembles his. You are in his gang, are you not?
No. It was a long time ago. I already forgot. I swear it. I just picked a few pockets for him when I was a young fellow. But I ain't proud of what I did.
So 20 to
All my
30 years
family,
ago, was
my
Roscoe
parents,
involved
my
then?
brothers, dogs and cats all died when I was a lad. I wouldn't have survived otherwise.
Might be able to take him at face value, since it is an old tattoo that he has scarred over, but Old affiliations can be pressure, so it doesn't completely get him off the hook. He might want vengeance. He might have been pressured back in for one final heist.
Please, escort this suspect for interrogation.
Now it's Garrett, right?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Thomas Garrett. Why am I here?
Oh no,
You
he's got
are
the
a
chimney
witness to
alarm.
murder.
Of course. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that the police jailed an innocent man in order to close a case.
No one has been charged yet.
Yet.
Well, apart from the electroshock victims. So let's see. What does Chimney choose about? Pale face, ill or afraid? I think he's ill. Or he's British. Nothing else but his paleness. A pin. He's an anarchist. Anarchist symbol. A. And a rip. Black sputum. Silicosis. Okay, so this game hates if you alt tab out too many times, so... Phony can't be dead. I've been plugging you in since the weekend. Okay, so what have we got here? Whoops. Oh, I guess that's it. Oh no, I hit space to autofill, didn't I? Ah! I don't want to autofill. No, don't show me. Go back to main menu. And we had everything already, didn't we? Where's the last save? What time is it now? 10:21, go to 10:19. The suffering I must endure for the sake of curiosity.
Please, escort the... Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Fine
Thomas
then, I
Garrett.
won't try to
Why
expand
am I
my
here?
knowledge of vocabulary.
You are a witness to murder.
Of course. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that the police jailed an innocent man in order to close a case.
No one has been charged yet.
Alright, back to profile. We had it all already. Electrical burns. Definitely not domestic injury. Works with the electricity. Which also makes him very possible as a suspect. He was across the street from the apartment, not next to it. But he could have set it up. And then left, right? In the chaos. To put as much distance between himself and the crime scene. There. Poor, works with the electricity, has silicosis. But if I try to find out what that is, the game's gonna hate me again. Ill and anarchist. Complete. Thomas Garrett is an aggressive person who is a symbol of an anarchist. He dislikes the police, and most probably all authority. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was him. Maybe when he saw the tentacle cab coming down, he thought it was either the cops or the underground railway company, and so wanted to fight back. Some anarchists use bombs, he wants to use the electricity, and so it's mere coincidence that instead he has roasted a cab full of gangsters. Obviously he's poor, his clothes are old and worn. Mr. Garrett exhibits a black sputum, though he is coughing, which is a symptom of silicosis. Garrett is ill. Specific burn upon his finger reveals that he's worked with the electricity. So first, are you sick?
You have a severe cough. Are you suffering?
It's only a cold.
Black sputum, though.
Why not be honest with me? You are spitting up black fluid.
Ah, well observed. Yes, I have enough coal dust in my lungs to fuel an entire London district.
You were a miner then?
Since the age of 13, yes. At the Newcastle mines. 15 years of hell. Those were bloody times. But now it's over. I don't want to die in those holes like my father and my brothers did, in order to line the pockets of the rich.
Easy to see how he got radicalized. But you see, Holmes, this is gonna be Wiggums in like 15 years, since you got him like crawling through chimneys to chase after dangerous folks for pennies at a time.
Do you have any electrical knowledge?
How'd you know about that? You a mind reader?
There are electrical wires amongst your belongings.
Clever. Yes. I teach electrics to my comrades, since I'm currently without paid work. I'm self-taught, so we're not as dumb as you might think. And I don't want to work for bosses anyway.
Self-taught, but the device in the apartment was rather complex. If he's self-taught, then it probably wasn't him. Unless somebody else put his electrical experience to use. Or he somehow procured a rather sophisticated generator.
Did you perhaps see anything in particular during or after this disaster?
Yes, I saw part of your bourgeoisie burn up and explode. It was spectacular.
Why did you remain in the square? Why not seek shelter?
Like the rest of the sheep. There were some wounded comrades, workers. I wanted to help them.
But you didn't. It was all Sherlock and Watson. But of course, Corpse Eater. That's his working class pride. Every ounce of blackened fluid in his lungs is a badge of honor. So let's see, what clues have we got? Mr. Garrett's side job is teaching electricity. And the Roscoe gang were killed by electricity. Insufficient knowledge. The electrical trap for the technician cab was arranged by a professional. Thomas Garrett would not have had sufficient knowledge. Or was it, as he teaches electricity, he would have sufficient knowledge to make the trap for the cab? I guess it depends on, like, how much electricity he was teaching. Is it just power source? Ooh, wires and lights go on? Or has he got, like, sophisticated electronic knowledge? Could always change your mind. Mr. Fowler's work sometimes repairs electric lampposts, which probably isn't going to be enough knowledge. Not a specialist. He sometimes works with electricity, but he's not a specialist, and it is doubtful that he would know how to create such a deadly trap. Or is repairing lamps sufficient knowledge? I'm thinking not. Supporter of the anarchist problem. Benjamin Fowler's a churchgoer, and so he can't possibly be the murderer. Benjamin Fowler's a gang tattoo, has attempted to remove it. He's had a difficult life, impossible for him to survive without turning to crime, and maybe he has again. No? Attempted to remove the tattoo because he is now a good Christian fellow? No? That's Butcher. Bank of England robbed by the Roscoe gang. And Fowler does have a Roscoe gang tattoo. Benjamin Fowler is connected with the gang, but has attempted to remove it. Problems at work, ergo bank robbery? For Mr. Butcher? No. Bank robbery? So rob your debtor? Eh? The Bank of England was robbed by the Roscoe gang. The same bank where Thomas Garrett has a large debt. Rebirth, a churchgoer, ergo robbed a bank. Rebirth is a churchgoer or an anarchist? No. Problems at work. Not for bank robbery. Debt? No, that's Butcher and Garrett. That doesn't even connect. Garrett is an anarchist and also owes a large debt to the Bank of England. Motive? Anarchist ideology. He opposes the state, capitalism, and market relations. And yet, Thomas Garrett is in debt to the bank. I am very smart. He's just an anarchist. It's not anarchist ideology to rob a bank, they prefer to destroy. Anarchists and bandits? He's allied himself with the Roscoe gang to take vengeance on the Bank of England. Nah. Let's see, Butcher had problems at work, and so murdered. Bank robbery from Fowler's difficult life. Killed by electricity. Somebody knew about the bank robbery and managed to kill the members of Roscoe's gang afterwards. Evil plan. Unless... Oh, you see. The way the game frames this up right. So the way this is going to go is that if it was Garrett the anarchist, then it could only be because he has allied with the bandits to rob the bank. And that means he's a murderer. It cannot possibly be that he's an anarchist and wanted to destroy some elements of the state, and here comes this cab that he thinks belongs to the police or to the railroad company, and he wants to disrupt either of those things and electrocutes it. There's no mistake there. It has to be that he sided with the bandits. In John Ingold's latest article, he writes about how deduction functions in games don't really aid the deduction process. It's all just, framework that you gotta click through. Here, I think it limits the possibilities. Since once you realize how this works, you realize that these things are pointing to very specific outcomes, and so the wild possibilities that your mind's raced to end up being pruned. Bank robbery, electrocution? No? Criminal in the past. Benjamin Fowler was a bandit when he was young, but has since changed his ways. Roscoe gang, criminal in the past, criminal today, or no? New life? He was once a member of the Roscoe gang, but it's out of the past? Or is he always a criminal in the social Darwinist way? He is poor, he is destitute. It is only natural that he goes to crime because that is his lot. Bandits like Benjamin Fowler never change. His work for the town might be a cover for his crimes. See, so because these are the only two options, it's going to be impossible for him to have instead be pressured into the gang. Because the Roscoe gang being in the past means that any possibility that he worked with the Roscoe gang has to be deliberate. Mr. Fowler's a murderer. I mean, I guess the moral choice is the closest thing you have to that nuance. Like, maybe he was unable to change his ways while Roscoe's alive, and this is his way of trying to break free. We can't have two possibilities open, we have to decide. Absolved Thomas Garrett? Hard work all his life? Built up debts at the bank? Spurred to commit his crime, but could not bear to leave the criminals unpunished? I don't think so. We have to find Mr. Butcher. That's what that means, going to the hospital. But if we have no opportunity to go to Baker Street yet, so we can't find the news. Oh, we can't go outside either. So no going outside for the newspaper.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, that case. Oh. Silicosis is where the sufferer coughs up coal dust from their lungs. Alright. So didn't have to smash the laptop onto the keyboard in the first place. Let's go to hospital. Great Ormond Street Hospital. Nothing about rooms. Dr. Matthew Smith and Mr. Butcher. But we never had the chance to come as doctors. This place is eerily empty. Where are the doctors?
I'm apparently in the children's ward.
Oh, was it his little daughter who's recovered? That is an adorable kitty. Oh, keep quiet, Holmes. There's children here.
I'm apparently in the children's ward.
Oh, they got mosquito nettings. Oh, there he is. Don't mind me just stealing all the client confidentiality. Oh, it's not an iron lung, is it? Has she got the polio? No iron lung. But she does appear to have an air tube going to her. Oh, maybe it is polio. No. I don't know. What's the chart say? Medical record of Merrill Butcher, 12 years old. Myelitis. Remarks, heart normal, lungs Taliblo. She's taken Neurontin, and Lyrica, but no Chemstro.
Merrill Butcher.
There is a chair here too. Oh no. Is Mom dead?
A young woman lost her life.
Judith Butcher, aww. A mere 22 years of age.
Mr. Butcher's wife.
Mr. Butcher. Karolinska Institute. I can confirm that we are willing to admit your daughter into care at our hospital. You will be responsible for the travel expenditure, naturally taking all appropriate precautions due to the delicate state of your daughter. Additionally, you must attend to any accommodation cost and all medical attention. The final bill cannot be summarized within this letter. It will depend, of course, upon your daughter's condition, but I must warn you that the sum may be considerable. Dr. K.O. Medin, Karolinska University Hospital, Stockholm. So we have motive. Maybe he was involved in the bank robbery to provide the exorbitant sum for the daughter's medical treatments. And so the only moral choice we can make is to absolve the guy.
Admission file at Karolinska University Hospital in Stockholm.
Out of the way, sir. Trying to study your daughter and the apparatus to make more judgment calls against your life.
Mr. Reginald Butcher, I've come from Scotland Yard. Might we talk?
All right, but not too loudly.
Aww.
She's finally asleep.
Is she your daughter?
Our pretty little Merrill. She's very ill. Now look, I'm sorry I ran, but I had to see Dr. Blowberry today and the policeman wouldn't listen.
Don't worry, I understand now.
First, profile and judgmentalism. I think I saw some cuts on his hand. Could also mark him as electrical injuries. Very clean shaven, he keeps neat. And there is a fierce intelligence in his eyes. But of course, those aren't the clues that Frogwares wants me to see. City and South London Railway. Thought I saw yellow. What's yellow? Other pocket. His buttons. Shabby, expensive waistcoat. Was once prosperous? Or second-hand clothes? I think second-hand clothes. He was married. Oh, but even the ring is worn down. Shiny shoes, recently cleaned. So it could be second-hand clothes, but he does try to keep neat. It could be he was once prosperous and does try to keep tidy, but he can't help that his nice clothes bought a decade ago are getting kind of ragged. Did your daughter make this? A childish bracelet, daughter's gift. Oh, so it's not a cut then, that's just his, that's the rope tied. So maybe he was once prosperous, but the child's debts and being a single working dad means that he can no longer devote money to his wardrobe upkeep. Perhaps he was once prosperous. That's the correct answer. Didn't get imprecise or partial character portrait. Reginald Butcher, a married man, holds the position of a railway worker. He is depressed due to the illness of his daughter, of whom he is extremely fond. His shoes are shining. They have no doubt been recently cleaned. His expensive waistcoat, now in shabby condition, reveals that he was previously a prosperous man. Mr. Butcher loves his daughter, and is not ashamed to wear the childish bracelet to display his affection. Aw, you know what? This is all very damning. He's lost his wife at a very young age. His daughter, the only family he has left in his nucleus, and his only connection remaining to his wife, is dying. And so this loving, hardworking family man, who is now facing difficulties at work, between the stress of his daughter and trying to make up the cost of everything, is compelled to be involved with the gang for their heist, hoping for a share. Maybe he knew about the heist, and he was hoping to zap the cab, thinking that the loot was in the cab. He didn't know that it was floating down the river like a barrel full of dwarves. Oh, that's probably it. You've killed the man, thinking, well, they're just criminals. They're just criminals doing a bank heist. I could take this money from them, and my pretty Meryl will be saved. Oh, that's exactly it. Is there a cure for your daughter?
Can she be cured?
It'll take a long time, but I'm confident that we'll win this fight. I can't bear to think otherwise.
Yes, it's probably just a question of money.
What are you talking about? It's a question of willpower, and my daughter will win.
Well, that may be the case, but the cab in front of the other one suddenly stopped. The treatment of Meryl Butcher. We've seen the notes. We've read your letters.
I do hope so. Although the treatment at the Karolinska University Hospital is very expensive.
Yeah, it's our only hope. Thanks to the good Dr. Blowberry, she finally has a bed. We're going out next week. It's our last chance. Do you have children?
Yes. I have a daughter too.
Yep. The guilt flags just keep on piling up. He's leaving in a week.
Sacrifice our lives for our children. would we not?
Sacrifice his lives for the kids. It's him.
Yes. Of course, yes. What do you do for a living, Mr. Butcher?
I work at the office of the Underground Electric Railways Company.
Then you must be familiar with electrical devices.
I am indeed. Why do you ask?
It is of no consequence, but tell me, what are the reasons behind the problems you're experiencing at work?
Problems? What do you mean?
Is it always the second one? Because it's been the second one a lot, but I guess maybe it only populates here, if you found the clue. Letter from Butcher's job.
You have already received a written warning.
Yes. I'm often late to work. My boss doesn't understand my situation. It's difficult since my daughter...
Your co-workers also had complaints. Technical cab and the pneumatic hammers probably all came from the electric railway company as well.
Coincidentally, we found one of your company's cabs in the square where the accident occurred.
Really? Why was it there?
I have no idea. Do you?
No. But a week ago we had a technical cab stolen, along with its tools. Do you think that could be the one?
It's possible.
I think he knows. It's obvious he knows. Reginald Butcher is an electrician. Roscoe's gang was killed by electricity. It's a complex trap. Reginald Butcher knows how to work with electricity to become his job, but that doesn't mean he could be capable of creating a deadly electrical trap. Or does it? He would have been able to trap the cab and activate the device. Butcher had problems at work. He works for the Underground Railway Company and would know the layout of London sewers. He would be familiar with the layout of the sewers from where the bank was robbed. Problems at work due to his seriously old daughter giving motive. Oh, I think we had this solved then, don't we? Reginald Butcher's not a criminal. He has a beloved daughter who is ill and needs her father. He would not risk becoming involved with bandits. But he would sacrifice anything for the kid. He needs urgent medical care for his daughter. Because of this, he contacted the Roscoe gang and helped them to rob the bank. Maybe he made the map. They were following a map after all. Maybe he expected the Roscoe gang to haul the loot up to the surface to load into the technical cab but then zap them. And instead they had the bright idea to toss it all into the sewer to pick up someplace else. I think it's Mr. Butcher. I really do. It's either Fowler, who was involved with the gang in the past, found Christ and wants to change his ways, but could be pulled back in for one final heist. Maybe he couldn't leave while Roscoe's still around. Maybe it was the anarchist, who despite wanting to upend the capitalist system is still bound to it, and wants one final FU to the Bank of England. But I think Butcher is the most compelling case. It's gotta be. He helped the Roscoe gang rob the bank, then killed them for the money. He's a dangerous criminal who not only robbed a bank but also killed all his accomplices. He must be in prison. No. His daughter was seriously ill because of this. He felt forced to rob the bank before killing his accomplices in order to take the money necessary for treatment. Let him go, that he might save his daughter's life.
Mr. Butcher.
Shh. She's finally asleep. I knew you'd
You
return.
should go
Never
to Stockholm
left.
with your daughter. You will save her. I've made my decision. Leave now.
You understand? I was forced to do all this.
Perhaps you were.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Goodbye.
Easy case. Conclusion, check. All clues found, got the right person, and made the good choice. His circumstances are exceptional. He had no other choice. Alright, we could take this. Fever dreams, and then comes a final case, right? That is Alice's seance closet in the art. And there's nobody new, all the profiles have been filled. So final climactic case?
Holmes, at last you're back. We can't find Kate.
What?
She went for her lesson, but the teacher says that Kate never arrived.
Alice took her!
Hanson, she's gone out to ask around the neighborhood.
Find Kate. Is she in the... She's not here,
Kate!
right?
Are you here?
Maybe she's got at the chimney? Toby? Where's Toby? Toby? Where is Toby? Did they take Kate and Toby?
Not now.
She might be inside, hiding under the bed. Oh,
Kate!
sure. I'll check John's room, but not my own. Or wait, does John not live here anymore? Are we not, like, roomies? Because I guess this would be Kate's room, huh? It's got, like, cat pictures, drawings. Then what was the actor doing in here? Build a character portrait. The zoo. The happy zoo time. Spilled ink. She was abducted.
She was writing something here.
A diary, maybe.
Kate took her diary.
Alright. That was gifted to her by Alice.
What happened here?
Hastily packed.
Why would she take her
taken.
suitcase?
So she came of her own will then. She packed her bag, she took her diary, she was expecting a long-term stay away. She felt neglected by Holmes. Then Alice comes in, gives her all this attention.
Why was it left open?
Empty hangers, dresses
All of her
missing.
favourites. He packed her things and left. I don't understand.
Oh no, he's all frantic.
The sound came from Alice's room. Alice!
Oh, what, I can go next door?
Kate! Kate! Where are you?
This isn't my room. This is my flat.
You never do anything right! I've had enough of you not caring about me! You don't understand anything! I wish Alice would adopt me!
Oh, now it's all coming together, Holmes. Where'd you get the axe from? Smashing down the door to Kate's, yeah, Alice's flat. Kick the door open! Or just push it gently.
Alice? Where is my daughter?
Your daughter? You don't have one, Mr. Holmes. You never did.
And so what, you took her for your own? Slap Alice! Slap Alice!
Holmes, stop that.
I'll make her talk.
We don't need her. Just use your skill. I'll take care of her.
Oh no, John, that sounds threatening coming from you. Alright, she's got a sneer on her face. There's definitely more malice and vinegar in here. Angry. Whoa, why could she possibly be angry at Holmes? Morning close, so seance time again? Oh, don't tell me you've killed off my Kate. A ticket? Is that a ticket? Euston Highgate? Train ticket. Hey, Eduardo. Blurry skin textures, what does it mean? It must mean she has some kind of Victorian skin disease that makes everyone blurry. There's bird droppings. Oh, chalk.
This will not change anything, Mr. Holmes.
She's already sent Kate off. She's got one ticket to join her later and sent Kate ahead.
This is what I heard from upstairs.
I bet that's what happened.
Alice entered through here.
Through the window. Alice, this is your flat, so why not just use a door?
Not now.
Dang, John, you got your gun out on her.
Search the room, Holmes.
Is she behind the curtain? No.
I remember this place from my last visit. It's different now. Something was taken from here.
There was the cradle. That's not here anymore. There's a chair. William Hamilton's portrait is still here. Charles Darwin is still here. The grimoire. Am I just selecting everything that have disappeared since your last visit? If you find them incorrect. The grimoire is gone. The candles are gone. Well, they're not missing. They're just melted. That's not wrong. Yeah, that's definitely gone then, because I don't see it around. And the portrait of Daddy is missing. Phonograph is gone. Chair has simply moved. Are there more photos of the past? Whoa. Now it's just neater. Cradle. Knew it. She took the entire clock. You sent Kate ahead with the clock. The wheelchair's just moved. Right? It's here now. It's not gone. Mirror? Oh, no, the clock's been moved. Okay. So it's not gone. Well, how about the mirror? The mirror might be gone. I don't see the mirror. No, there's a mirror. Okay, so gone are the portraits of Dad, the grimoire, the table to practice, and the phonograph.
No, my choice is not entirely correct.
And the cradle. Is the cradle still here? Just moved? Cradle? Cradle? There's the baby. But I don't see the cradle. Oh, there's a cradle.
No, my choice is not entirely correct.
Well, the portrait's not here. The phonograph's not here. That's not him. We're not just looking for things that moved, right? Just things that are gone. That have disappeared. And I don't see the portrait or the phonograph. Just having fun warping into John. So Cradle is here. Dad is missing. Candles are here. Is it the candles? Does he want me to mark the candles?
Portrait of Alice's father, William Hamilton, and some items required to conduct a seance are missing.
The candles aren't missing, they're right there. They're on the floor, just melted. Morning clothes. Spiritual seance items? Portrait of Alice's father? No? Spiritual seance? Might have performed a spiritual seance to talk to her father, William Hamilton. And ticket to Highgate. A school and a cemetery. Morning clothes to visit. Visited Highgate Cemetery before returning to Baker Street. There's a family crypt. Visited Highgate Cemetery this morning to the crypt of her father, William Hamilton, where she performed a spiritual seance to talk to him. Did Kate go?
The lead goes to the cemetery. Watson, keep an eye on her.
This will not change anything, Mr. Holmes.
Kate, are you here?
And so back down to the seance
Kate,
room.
what did she do to you? On the crossing,
On the crossing.
trampled by feet, felled by bullet.
Felled by bullet, trampled by feet, on the crossing.
Of 4 others.
Go to the
Go
old
to
cemetery.
the old cemetery. Find the crypt.
Old cemetery, find the crypt.
Of 4 others. On the crossing, trampled by feet, felled by bullet. Scholar of Rose. Earth-digging giant. These writings constitute a single message, a guide.
Uh-huh. Go to the old cemetery and find the crypt on the crossing of 4 others. Felled by a bullet, scholar of roads, earth-digging giant, trampled by feet.
Kate's diary.
I'm with Alice at the cemetery. We are going to speak to her father. The ceremony scares me, of course, but I'm excited too. I shouldn't allow myself to feel scared, as what is to follow will be even scarier. She is so beautiful. She has prepared the candles, a portrait. She looks so relaxed. I cannot prevent myself from trembling. She begins. She calls him. She is turning in on herself, and she is muttering. I cannot understand as she speaks a strange language. She is holding chalk sticks in both of her hands. I am trembling. I cannot help it. Do they say what grimoire she was using? Nah, just a generic one. No specific Necronomicon. No Artesia. Or any other notable Western esotericism tome. Just a book with symbols on the cover. Her eyes are white. Her movements are convulsive. As one in the throes of death, she doesn't see me. She begins to speak as him, and it's horrible, and I want to cry. She is writing everywhere with both sticks of chalk.
Where do we find him, Father? Alice?
My daughter. Alright, Alice, not Kate. I keep getting the two confused, yeah. Alice is
I can't
William's
believe that
daughter.
Alice made my little girl go through all this. Damned woman!
There is a chalk door on the wall. It's all clear now. She has opened a portal to the afterlife and shoved Kate through. And now Kate has no choice but to be a social worker for the damned for all eternity. She looks like a Keys of Solomon user. You prefer the Grimorium Verum. I actually don't know the Grimorium Verum. That's a new one for me. Alexander, here lies. These aren't important, are they? Hamilton's, though. Oaken shards in the late 18th century. And then Hamilton's, much like William Hamilton. Crab Boy. William Hamilton type. Johnson's. Hamilton, Hamilton, Hamilton.
Alice brought them to perform the ritual.
Ah, but we can't see what type of grimoire it is. Just symbols and... I can't tell if that's meant to be writing or if it's just scribbling alongs.
Those candles have been alight for almost 3 hours. That's where Alice's father was buried.
The Verum is a text of black magic of French origin. Alright. Oh, she's got like... Did she bring those, or were these provided? Door. Locked door.
Kate! Kate! Oh my god.
William, I
It's
presume?
Alice's father, mummified. Alice sleeps here.
Oh, that would explain why her bed isn't used at home and she seems to sleep in her chair in the daytime. Because you're out here most of the time. Oh, Holmes, you were right to be repelled from her at the start. Madame Destiny? Oh, don't tell me that somebody sold you a cheap esotericism correspondence course. And you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker?
Madame Destiny.
Passport? Navigation of the high
A
seas.
map of British rivers.
Don't tell me that Kate is off on some boat. The Grimoire Verum does have instructions on how to speak with the dead. And tells you how to make hail stop. Oh, but why would you want to? Well, alright, so I guess the hail here is pretty small when it does hail. Some places do get it pretty big.
Storm lamp. Alice keeps her father's belongings in this room, even the canteen from his boat. Alice is not merely peculiar, she is mentally ill.
What?
I
No.
hope Kate didn't see this. This witch. Alice, she brought my daughter even further. They followed this direction in this message. They went to the old cemetery.
Also, is that his belt? Or a whip?
It's Alice's father, mummified.
Snake Nest and Conspiracy. We've read this one already, right? The snakes and the well with the child. Skeleton of a child did not reveal the plot. Find Kate. Find the crypt. Divination by means of an egg. I've actually heard of that concept. I don't know anything about it in depth. Just awareness that it exists. How's that work anyway? It's not spin the egg and then see what direction it points, right? Is it like crack it open? Find the 4 selected. Find and select 4, which refer to Alice's message.
I need to recall some facts about certain famous people buried in this cemetery.
Painter of portrait miniatures from Oxford at 3 younger brothers. To find details others are inclined to overlook. Like, about the famous people. I'm not getting any more text with this vision. and see what the whites and yolk show. Plot twist, it was Balut. Archaeologist, collection of Romano-British remains, 7 feet tall. Giant who digs, right? Earth-digging giant. Unnamed crypt. Governor of Jamaica, granted archbishop's lush whiskers. English barrister, Justice of Ceylon, resigned his post. Botanist at a typist in Beirut. Scholar of Rhodes. Have I missed a Scholar of Rhodes? Barrister. Cumbrian dialect, survived tuberculosis. Portrait. And I started off over here. Unnamed. Architect, shot in a duel. That's spelled by bullet and earth-digging giant. No trajectories yet. Hello? Oh, to show me where the ones I marked are. New Arabic and Chinese, killed by an elephant. Trampled by feet. Then just need Scholar of Rhodes. Who here is a Rhodes Scholar? Amateur boxer, prominent fish merchant, Irish by birth. Botanist, typist, Eton College, Scholar of Rhodes. The trick was to find one that had been fertilized and then just to start to develop it. But there might be blood in it once it's cracked. You know, surprisingly enough, we kept chickens, and so we had ample eggs. We had no roosters. But I always got skittish because sometimes you do get a blood drop or two in the egg. And even though we never had roosters, I always worry like, oh no, this might be a fertilized egg, you can't have this one, you have it. Map of all major roads, Rhodes Scholar. And where they all intersect would be the gazebo in the middle that's lit up by torches. Could it be... Could it possibly be here? Right here in the middle of everything? Find the crypt on the crossing of the 4. So there is a crypt that all these intersect, right? An unnamed crypt? Nah. Because you face out that direction, you face out this direction. Possibly... So between these two. And between those two, so something along this level. This maybe? No, too low. That and that are pretty far to the right. This one and that one are pretty down low. So low and to the right. Could be this. It's between those two. And those two. Yeah. That's correct.
Kate! Kate!
Kate, my dear child. I do not know when you will hear this message, but I do know that one day you will be here, Kate.
Is the title literal?
My light.
Is Kate literally the daughter of the devil?
I rue the day I lost you in the living world. Death is nothing to me, except to leave you behind and with him. Holmes. Sherlock Holmes. Well, you have to understand, he is your worst enemy. But because he so loves to hide behind the mask of his dubious morality, he would never kill you.
Bellman.
Holmes. Holmes. I'm certain that he never understood you. And I'm sorry for
He's a busy man, that's all.
too often having him as your father. I trust that you made him cry. Don't distress yourself, my child. I died by his hand. But your questions are over since you now know. You are my daughter.
So whose ostentatious crypt is this in the first place?
Work. Join our cause, and you will be that person before my Kate, my flesh, before Holmes's eyes, and in front of the world. Kate Moriarty has arrived.
Maybe this might have been in Pathfinder, like the previous games.
You.
One after another.
Oh no. She knows everything now. Why did it have to be like this?
Okay, Holmes, so not being completely honest with the child, fine, whatever, right? They're kids, you do what you gotta do. But if you were more attentive as a father, she wouldn't have been lured off by Alice so easily.
Metal star with an extremely precise carving.
Kate.
Young Kate and father.
You were already ambulatory by then. You could stand on your own 2 feet. You were up to... what is that? Waist height? Not even hip height by then? How do you not remember? That you were his... How did you not know him? How do you not remember him? Not knowing that Sherlock killed Moriarty? Fine. But how did you forget your dad?
The Dynamics of an Asteroid. Work by Professor James Moriarty.
Dynamics of an Asteroid? The madman! My observation of the asteroid movement through my telescope led me to discovery of 2 new stars, which I called Merak and Adhil. Together with the other dim stars, they create a marvelous constellation, and its shape reminds my dear girl, Caitlin. Aww. She's as twisted as you are.
Metal star with an extremely precise carving.
So we have to find the constellation where you fit then. Oh, hello. Ribbon and a note. That's Kate's ink! From childhood's hour, I have not been as others were. I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring. For the same source I had not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to the joy of the same tone. And all I loved alone. Then, in my childhood, and the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill the mystery which binds me still. From the torrent, or the fountain, for the red cliff of the mountain, for the sun that round me rolled this autumn tint of gold. From the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder of the storm and the cloud that took the form when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. Kate wrote that? Oh, Holmes, your daughter's a genius.
That's a ribbon from Kate's hair. Kate met her true father. I need to find Alice. I'll make her speak this time. Professor James Moriarty. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. Carriage held but just ourselves. And immortality.
Dad Who Corpse Theater? Moriarty, the great Holmesian rival, is a true father of Kate Holmes. Okay, so got the Americas, got the old world, India. Oh, it cuts off at the important part. Okay, so the Philippines is here. Archipelago. Ilahu. Ilahu! Does it continue here at least? Oh, no, it doesn't. It's all stars. All stars. Stars that remind him of Kate. Ah. There we go. There's the puzzle. Come on, Holmes, you could figure it out, right? We gotta find Kate. Alright, fine, go back to Alice first. No, I've been sealed.
It's blocked from the outside. What? Alice!
Accept your death, you fool!
You witch! Let me out! Free Kate!
This is so silly.
Come back, witch!
Plot twist. She never actually went away. She just stomped her feet a few times to make it sound like she did. Find a way out of the
Keep your head,
crypt.
Sherlock. This is the only way to get out of here.
Okay, take the thing.
Metal star with an extremely precise carving.
Come on, take it, Holmes. You know where it goes, it just goes over here. Oh, now you're gonna look at it.
Moriarty must have set up an astronomer's riddle here.
And so now you can grab the star. Okay, let me see then. So, we have a star. Let me sketch this out then. So there's a very bright star to one side, on the lower quadrant. And a very bright star in the upper. And then we have dim star, dim, 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 and then you make an hourglass of dim, dim, dim. That's alright. Erase that. Make sure I get my notes as precise as possible. Then up to you. Dotted line to here. Dotted line to there. I don't think the dots matter so much, but still gonna replicate his notes as best as I can. Is that dotted or solid? That is dotted, I think. No. No, this here? It's not exactly dotted, it's more like... What's the term? Hash marks? But that's not as broken, so I'm gonna put that as solid. Alright. Can't see it there. Here then. Oh. It draws it out for me, okay. So, it's a bright star on the bottom. Wait, hold on, it's several holes. So what do I do then if these holes are already in? Oh, I see. Orientating myself. So if those two are there, and the bright star is here, there's a middle, and the other bright star is there. Okay, I got this. Okay, then... No, undo. Have I got it with one line? If it's only one line, I might make it a bit more difficult. Oh, come on! I just had to connect from here to down there one more time. Moriarty, how could you? Let me just replicate this. Okay, bright star is there, right? I think I'll finish off with that, so we can hook back down here. No, that's not good. Because now that I'm here, I gotta go up and then back down. And that won't work. Is this it? Is this it? Did I get it? We got it? And then complete? And then complete? That's it, right? What am I missing? I'm missing something. No, I'm missing this step. Ah, so close. Mmm. Okay, so from the beginning. And if I do it like this, then that has to be the last step. Which doesn't work. Wait, that's the wrong star. This one. Well, if I do it like this, I gotta end on that then. Or not. But I will have to end on this final bit there. Unless I start with this. To ensure I don't have to double back around. Then that's bottom completely done. That's bottom completely done. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I could press imagination, and I don't think imagination does anything more than just turn those away. You can still interact. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, no. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no. Triangle first. That could do it. Triangle first. Then how did I redo it? Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Okay. Alright, that works. I hope. Oh, wrong button! Ah! How'd I do it? Went down to that first, right? Okay. Alright. I think I found the path. Where'd I go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There, that's everything. It's now behind us. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Achievement, Autumn Stars. Is it really an achievement if it's a required part of the game? Also, this has got to be fantasy, right? This is all just playing out in Holmes's head. Like the, incredibly fantastic, bizarre
Kate.
Mayan temple.
I'll find you.
He's having a moment. He's panicking and freaking out because of Kate's disappearance and all the revelations. And so he's envisioning a very mundane crypt as this giant thing.
Watson!
Holmes, she tricked me.
Where's she gone? Watson, where?
She kissed you, didn't she?
I don't know. She left saying that she had to go and see a lady. A Mrs. Destiny?
Madam Destiny, she's a boat.
What?
Over there, Watson. She's abducted Kate.
I can't believe it.
She's a lunatic, Watson. She made a room for her dead father, and now Kate is with her.
Oh good, the boat was right there. Oh, it's down. The boat sunk? Is that Kate doing? Moriarty Kate has destroyed the boat.
They're on the boat! Hurry, Watson!
Okay, if Destiny is a big boat, then the small boat was he Destiny's child? No, Watson, not in this version at least. That's the one thing that this Sherlock Holmes series has not stolen from great Ace Attorney.
Stay here and hold on to the boat, Watson. Stay here and... Stay here. Stay here. Stay... Stay... Stay...
Did Watson?
Kate! Kate! Where are you?
Well, she's not here. She's gone overboard. She's taken the boat and left.
Kate, I'm here. Just
Oh.
jump.
No, Kate, to your father.
I'm afraid. I know, but you'll be all right. Look, it doesn't burn.
Okay, no, now she is nuts.
Kate! Oh my god, no!
Sherlock, you are so lucky that the only alternative to you thinks fire doesn't hurt.
I'm a Moriarty! I'm the devil's daughter!
Oh, come on.
I'm a monster!
Why do children keep thinking that? Cursed? You're not a monster.
What? That does not make you a monster!
Yes! That's why you've always lied to
No,
me!
this is all you've lied because you are an impressionable child. I was afraid.
I only lied to you because I was too afraid of losing you. My god, ask Watson!
I was lied to all of my life. Do you have any idea how that feels?
Your problem? No, you're Holmes? No, you're not Dallas. You are not Dallas.
No, Kate! I know what evil is. You have a good heart.
Oh, jeez, what now? Here? Just grab a cleaver out of midair. Oh, she could have died. Could have lost Kate with a barrel to the face.
Yes, he knows. Nothing can change
Hang on.
fate. Listen, he allowed George Hurst to kill Lord Marsh, who was already
Oh, now it comes like
condemned to
consequence.
death by tuberculosis.
You mix everything up.
You are confusing her! You mad witch! You're tangling my casework with her life!
You! You sent me away!
Yeah, that's called school.
When I'm home, we fight all the time!
'Cause Dallas
You're
confuses you.
ashamed of me!
No. I'm afraid for... Oh, I thought that was Me? A
How
shame?
could you even think that
Oh, that was a red glow. That was the wrong answer.
It isn't possible to escape destiny! The Rasco gang didn't. Holmes failed to reveal their murderer. Their death was their destiny, Kate.
Kate, don't listen to her!
And Holmes will be murdered himself! I have foreseen it!
D. Oh, don't tell me one more balance game. Not a balance game. This is a QTE.
I may be killed one day. It's the risk that I take, but my work helps to save other lives.
Really? And albeit? And Percy Fleming? You save lives? No! You enjoy taking lives!
You can't save me either!
Stop this. I always did. I care about you. Give her positive
You'll
affirmations.
be safe with me. I'll protect you. I care about you.
How
When we
could
drag
you
her out of this,
trust
she is
him?
getting so
He
much of the
killed your
belting.
real father, Kate!
Why? Why did you kill him?
See, this is why we lied to you. How cruel. I saved my own life.
To say that to a child, you're a mad woman. You know I had no choice.
See? Everything is determined! Remember the signs! Our meeting! The ceremony!
Evil manipulator. What about your childhood, Kate?
Kate, no. How can this suddenly
Is
mean
this the
more
best
you
place to
than your
have a
child?
Dr. Bildpop? The boat is kind of crumbling.
Time! The next life awaits us!
Look, she keeps her father's mummy.
Kate, what sane woman would keep her father's mummified remains? She's irrational.
Yeah, that's got a good point, Dad.
don't care.
Ah, I got one choice wrong, so she's gonna die. We're family.
You belong with me, Kate. We're family.
I don't know what I'm doing! Help me!
Claire Lee child. Puberty, am I right, fellas?
No!
And so she dies.
Kate!
I could leave her to die right here. And that would be the natural consequence of this whole ridiculous sequence.
Kate! Oh, God.
But what if the hook wasn't there? She'd be dead.
Are you alright?
Clearly it is fate.
She really was the devil's daughter.
Over here! Hurry, the boat's going down!
Already on fire. I mean,
I'm so sorry.
sorry doesn't begin to cover this. Oh my, this is why she's going to boarding school. This is why she's going to stay in boarding school until she is 18. I don't care if 16 is age of majority, she is taking A levels. She is not going to leave until 18. That is a convent for her. Because nobody taught this gal basic survivability. 3 achievements. Four achievements. Alright, cool. So it had its silly moments, but I think this is a more tighter game than Chapter 1 was. Sad to say, Chapter 1 gave me so much to fall in love with, but it was so shallow in the end. Whereas for this, everything is predetermined. But it is a, it feels better, it feels better as a game. Not open-ended, not open world. Definitely has its flaws. But a better Holmes game, I think. Anyway, I'm gonna pee, so... Do you guys enjoy the music? Check out the names of the people who worked very hard on this game. And then afterwards, I think when I come back, we might switch on over to Crime and Punishments. The fire fiend now goes insane and glares. Alright, that was that then. Hopefully, no post-credit scenes that I missed. Okay, in that case, let me just get situated. Get back and comfortable. Almost 2 hours precisely, just 7 minutes shy. Alright, so I guess then let's exit this game. Do I really want to quit? Well, that's it though, isn't it? Oh, that's cool, we can go case by case. I guess if I want to go for any uncleared achievements, or if I missed anything, I don't know. If there's one downside to this game, two actually. The first is that it gets an F in tutorializing, because this game assumes you played every other Frogware Sherlock Holmes as far as the what mechanics actually do go. Either that, or they just expect you to be clairvoyant. Which was a bit rough at first, but you know, by second day onwards you got the hang of it. Fever Dreams has nothing else on it. But the other downside, I think, is that if you check conclusion, it tells you, yes, this is correct, it's in green, or no, it's in red, this is wrong. And I guess it can't be helped, because there are some conclusions you can come to where you tell the guy, like, oh, how did you know? Or, yes, you understand. But others who, like, they lawyer up, they shut up, they're like, no, this is wrong, and they take it to their grave. Maybe hard mode removes the clarity in check conclusion. But if they didn't have the green correct, red incorrect, and allowed you to continue your false conclusions up until the end where Alice uses it against you, that'd be cool, I think. Plus, there's no real point if you could just check your conclusion in the end. And it'll say, yes, that is correct. Or, no, that's wrong. Do you want to rethink it? And then you guess again. You know? In that case, they could have used a little bit of Chapter 1's ambiguities. But for the most part, if we don't count the failed tutorializing, and a bit of the ease in getting the right answer, or it telling you if this is or is not the right answer, it's pretty solid. I like this one. London isn't as beautiful as Cordona. It doesn't have the rich history, but Chapter 1 never took advantage of any of that. So this game definitely goes ahead. So let's put Devil's Daughter behind us. Short, linear, but fun. Then I'll go ahead and change the category since we do have plenty of time today. To start off crimes and punishment. It gets to be a double feature today. How fun for you guys. So let me change the game art here. Game art 2, switch you on over, so it covers it in this scene and the BRB scene, because I'm lazy that way. Bam! Automatically size and everything. And that's 14 deaths for Holmes in this game. And record that for purposes I'm never going to actually use because once again lazy. 14 deaths. Switch you on over. Bampity 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 bam. And now, Sherlock Holmes, Crimes and Punishments. Going to have to actually capture it though, because I haven't yet. This is my first time even opening this game. Now, Frogger, try to capture you. There we go. Is there a movie to it? No, no movie. In that case, why don't I find a trailer? Pretty keen on looking at trailers to things before playing them. Where did I put? Display capture. Alright, introduce us to the game, because I don't think I've seen the trailer for this one either.
Peggy 16.
You have to help us, Mr. Holmes. This my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men.
I left my work and decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw 2 men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I was blinded by a flash, and I was caught by the police.
The 2 men here, both shot. We've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements.
I saw no word about that man. The murderer.
He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood.
You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
I have good news for you, Wiggins.
We invite you to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Alright. So, this is bundled, right? With Chapter 1 and Devil's Daughter as the essential Sherlock Holmes. So, it looks like it has a similar deduction minigame. Probably plays similarly. Maybe not as refined, since this is, what, 2014? When this game was released? For 360 and PS3, yes, it is that long ago. But hopefully it should play similar enough. I'm assuming it does. Also, I'm guessing that this has to be earlier, because it looks like it's Wiggins first meeting Holmes, before Holmes sends him off into sooty chimneys to damn his lungs for pennies at a time. Holmes looks younger. He doesn't look as much of a Mel Gibson this time around. Watson doesn't have his, the goatee and soul patch they gave him, just a mustache. 7 years ago, indeed, Weirdo. So this could be properly retro, both in mechanics and by age. Anyone would agree. Oh, but this is nice. You got the rain going in the window. I'll give it +5 points for the window opening. But right, I haven't even touched this game, right? So audio should be okay. Voice tends to be a bit low in these games. I'll bump you up over the others. And maybe see how it sounds to the audio bars. Audio bars and mid-yellows. So do I bump you lower? Because the music feels soft too. If I don't, bump the interface. High greens. Little dip into the yellows is okay? Alright. We'll see if that's too loud, too soft. What's up? Hi. Video. V-sync off as always. Shadows. Perfect. We'll play it at Gamma 1. What was it at, 32? Alright. You could always change that if it's too soft, or if it's too dark. You know, child me used to believe that he would always be out of video games, but part of that was because games could get very dark. And so you have dark games, because developers live in caves. And bad, worn out CRT televisions. So I just thought all games are going to be difficult things that I can't see, but turns out no, it's just too dark. Gameplay, sensitivity will bump you up to stick levels. Invert camera, subtitles is only off and on. Alright. How to play. Oh, so I guess a how to play from Devil's Daughter carries over directly from this. Just, here's the buttons. We won't tell you what they do or how to use them, but there you go. Figure it out. And it seems to be the exact same. Casebook, talent, imagination. They haven't been combined yet. First and third person view, run, help, switch characters, deduction space, yeah. So it's the exact same game, at least mechanically. Just like 4 or 5 years prior. Alright. Let's get into it then. We could play more. What is play more in a 7-year-old game? The Testament of Sherlock Holmes. Mad Runner, Dark Pulse. Now let's play this one. Now that my tea is ready. Oh my goodness, this is on fire. Like, seriously. The handle is hot to the touch, you can see how much steam is coming off of it. Sometimes this kettle just decides that it's not done until the plastic has completely melted. Ah. Well, it's hot. Yeah, that's twice now. The last time being like a couple months back. And there's water in there, it's just like it's too little. I don't know. Anyway, this isn't Faulty Kettle Day, this is Sherlock Holmes Day. Let's start it. Crimes and Punishments, Sherlock Holmes. In memory of the Ukrainian Heavenly Hundred. I will give progress this. It is stylish, these 3 games so far. Starring... What a twist! Geralt Lestrade. Is it bizarre? It kind of fits in a strange way, like especially given the era. It's a bit of modern to it. What year did the BBC Sherlock come out? 2014. I was made aware in 2013. So yeah, the series is already out by then. So a bit of some like modern poppy upscale to it. That poor vase is always getting broken. Take cover behind the sofa. There's no difficulty choice in this one, huh?
Holmes, will you stop that?
How's it sound to you guys? Because to me, the voice sounds pretty soft. Music sounds okay to me, the gunshots are loud as they should be.
You are utterly mad.
Take cover at Sherlock. Let me see. Let me give him a bit more of a big boy voice. 80?
Stop, Holmes!
Is that you, Watson?
Yes,
Now I
of
hear
course
him.
it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Yeah, he's the
Watson,
White-Footed Shooting
quiet,
Club.
please. I'm trying to concentrate.
Confident step. Clinking handcuffs. Ooh, we got a case.
Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
Noise
can
complaints
see
from the
me.
neighbors.
Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
Those are
It's
her
the only
faces.
exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
Am I the only sane one here?
I
No, does
suppose
you
that
and
Watson
Hudson?
is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious sort, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in 1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The Merry Men struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
What's the appointments?
I shall go alone then.
So the voice is different. I'm wondering if they changed voice actors or if it's just a different point in Holmes' life. It sounds a bit more bored and nasally this time. Maybe Kate's the difference. He's more robust, more lively after becoming a dad and a family man. Oh, hello. Is that the only thing the telescope is for? It is. I'm sure she's lovely, Holmes, but that's not quite proper. Peeping to your neighbors?
You go along to Peter Carey's house. Mrs. Hudson and I will take care of the mess you've made here.
The analysis table is back to life. We didn't get to use it after the one case. After it was blown up.
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
For my work, yes, quite.
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
I think it is a different voice guy completely.
Oh, what a mess! What a terrible mess!
My archive. I can always consult with it, if needed. This is where I keep my post. My archive.
Well, we can't go out dressed in our smoking jacket, can we? Heron hat, wardrobe. What are our choices this time? We got a morning gown. Oh, there's a lock. Does it mean I can't change out? What's the lock denote? Actually have to load the suits. How could you, 2014? Suits are different colors. There's no lock on these suits. I like the gray thing. It's got a nice waistcoat to it. Maybe it's locked for different uses. Like no point dressing as a bandit or a farmer unless I need to. Alright, gray suit. And for the makeup, what are our hat options? Oh, I can't change to any, if the lock is to be believed. No, I can get a hat. You can strut about at a top hat. No bowler, only top hat. What if I try? If I exit here. Some makeup or costumes you have currently equipped are not available at the moment. And we were set to default. Please solve this crime case to unlock more disguise options. Aww. Alright. No hat then. Glasses? Glasses are locked! But I can't play without them! Facial hair is locked. Ah, fine then. Just a smart suit. No other lore in here. How about next door? It can't be Kate's room. I don't think Kate's here yet. So it is still John's. John hasn't moved out. Study of cigar and cigarette ash? No snooping? Alright, no snooping. Oh, we can't go outside, just from the door directly out? I guess that was one of the upgrades to Devil's Daughter, that they put like a little bit of openness to it and like a block you could roam around in. Investigate murder Peter Carey. Crime scene of Woodland Lee. Select a suit to wear using your wardrobe and join Lestrade. Ah, you see, here at least they put some tutorial. Profile of the victim. Oh, we don't get to put it together. Well, I guess he's dead, huh? Peter Carey, Black Peter, born in 1845, 50 years old, achieved great success in whale hunting in Scandinavia. Retired 1884, moved to Woodman Lee. Okay, let's go to Woodman's Lee. All the way down in Sussex. Can we stop by Thorpe Park while we're here? Oh, that's Surrey, isn't it? Yeah, no Thorpe Park for us then. Small fortune, retired, in a small shack. Oh, it's a little state. He's got a garden. He's got pumpkins. These pumpkins are what went on to cause that disaster at the London intersection.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Well, I can't roam the garden. Can't sneak any pumpkins back.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, so cabin has a body, does it?
Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
No, we do get to profile. Is there a time limit on the profile, or was that introduced in the hard mode of Devil's Daughter? No timer. Good. Now then, does it show me where to click? Or do I figure it out for myself? Now it highlights. Cameo. And a birdhouse. Little bit of a pooch, but not too bad for her age. So keeps in shape. Catholic Rosary. Fancy gloves. Those are gardening gloves? That's fancy gardening gloves. And a crested tit. Anything unusual that night from the top?
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. But I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Evening before the murder? Behave, mouse.
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
So the cabin isn't the main house then? Alright. Was starting to worry. Small fortune retires out here. And the focus is on one wooden shack in the woods.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock. I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
We could have saved him 3 hours earlier. Did he have visitors?
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have many friends. He lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
She Gardens, right? This is her whole garden, yeah?
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
So those are your husband's gloves?
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes. Life with Peter was never easy.
Never easy,
He was
was
still
it?
my husband.
Because of
He
his
was
sailor
different,
lifestyle?
wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh my goodness, but how do you know about that?
Choose the evidence that confronts the statement of a character in order to continue the investigation. Pilgrimage. Profile of the victim. Was there a pilgrimage? We know she keeps a rosary. Judith Carey is a woman with an uneasy life due to her unhappy marriage with Peter. A very religious, Christian Catholic woman who undertook a St. James Way pilgrimage when she was young. How do we know that? I mean, sure, she wears a rosary on her wrist, but... Profile of the victim... Judith is from the country, somewhere to the ancient pine woods of Inverness and Strathspey in Scotland, where the crested tit bird can be found. Is that what the book tells us? I mean, she might just like birds. She's religious and undertook a St. James Way pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when she was a young woman. So not recently, surely. How do we know about Plymouth then? How did you know? You told me just now. Wait, so... Nothing here mentions Plymouth either, though. Unless she went by boat. Pilgrimage. When young. The profile, then? Pilgrimage to Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when she was a young woman. Well, it can't be profile of the victim. It can't be the garden. Pilgrimage.
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand.
Is it?
The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
This guy could do the Olympics for how extraordinary those leaps are. And that's all we got,
Who
right?
could do such a thing? My poor husband.
Alright, sleuth time. Where's Lestrade? Is that the cabin? No, there's a cabin where he's waiting for me. Baddies.
Mr. Holmes?
Nothing in here. Nothing yet. Cool lawnmower. Dirty laundry being aired. Any hints in here? There is a child-sized jammy. Have you got any kids? Or is it a short slave from Brazil who's a true killer? Are those there chickens? Where's the chickens? I don't see chickens. Oh, there is none. Land around the pathway has footprints.
These footprints appear to be quite large.
So maybe the husband? Could it be Pete? We're too polite to walk through the vegetables.
It seems that the garden was well maintained.
And a boat in the garden. This must tell us that this place used to be an aquifer. Back before these nebulas dried out.
Mr. Holmes? Peter Carey's body is inside the cabin. We took care not to touch anything.
They become competent. They haven't trampled the evidence?
The door is locked.
Wait just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Have you had eyes on since yesterday?
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
Scratches on the lock?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Successfully?
Let me see.
They had no guard. They assumed the lock would be sufficient. Scratches, but rough scratches, so can't be a key unless the wife was really drunk trying to get in.
These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Now, a mysterious visitor came here last night.
Raccoons. I bet it's raccoons. It's always raccoons.
He's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
With this voice actor mentioned in that delivery, that almost sounded erotic. He's got spears. Oh, from mill hunting. Oh.
What a terrible way to die.
Well, anyway, what's this? A chest. He's got a compass and a compass. He's got two different types of compasses.
Old navigation instruments. Nothing interesting.
A compass and a compass?
His boots. We'll just take these.
Peter
Oh,
Carey's
to compare the boot size, maybe.
They look to be a size 8.
Really? Size 8 only? He's got smaller feet than me. I heard. So he has been drinking, hey?
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years
I didn't quite hear it.
1878 to 1884.
Here.
Peter Carey was her captain.
Compass and a compass.
I don't get the pun. I'm sorry. Empty shelf.
The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
Why is the blood red? That is a good question. That is a good question. I'll chalk that up to just design. Not exactly a blood in atmosphere simulation after all. Suspicious empty space outlined. A door.
This place is not covered with dust, like the rest of the
Unless
shelf.
something was here prior.
An object was taken from here.
Yeah.
It was larger than a book, a box, or a small chest.
Only a small chest, so not the wife's. There were a few times, like in chapter 1, where I overthought, well, if the blood is like this must mean XYZ happened. But it was just a blood stain to denote that something happened.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 18...
But there's a question mark. An object of interest. Sea Unicorn. Like this unicorn.
The Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded.
Now do I have interest to look through it? No, I don't.
Harpoons for hunting whales.
Or whalers. 2 dirty glasses. Did you have company?
Rum. A sailor's drink. Someone drank from this glass recently. It seemed that Captain Carey was enjoying a drink before he met his death.
You know, then again, 2 glasses might not mean he has visitors, because I've got 1 cup, can, bottle, cup. PC, Peter Cushing.
The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work.
And inside, can we open it? Sawdust! Oh, tobacco.
This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
It's just like a ghostly... Rotate and move the elements to form a clear picture of aromatic associations. It's a boat! There's a leaf. The leaf fits here. Smoking pipe, tobacco leaf. How do I make my sailboat? 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 Is it only visible, like... I messed it up. Hold on. That goes like that. It's tobacco leaf, surely. I can move the leaf. Oh, I can move stuff. But I can't... That just breaks all that apart. This is pretty silly, but I get that they want to have like mini games on it, so I'll be generous. It's an abstraction, right? An abstraction of him like sitting here, thinking, pondering, what does this remind me of? A sailboat!
Yes, this is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among sailors.
It's cute. So long as it's not the David Cage level of QTEs from Devil's Daughter. Alright. The pool of blood. Maybe it is so red because he wasn't actually dead until this morning. Maybe the spear was in him and pinned him to the wall, but pinned in such a way that it plugged most of the blood inside of his body, and so he was moved overnight, even just slightly, so as to spill the gushed, pulled up, that should have been jellified then, overnight, this time of year. The sailor use a thing popular among sailors, Deeply fascinating. What is this? JHN?
JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook.
Gerlock Holmes. Gerlock H. Gnomes. Nobody talks about his middle initial.
The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey.
And all the evidence we need is going to be buried in smudged blood. Is there a pen? Oh my goodness. The ring is immaculate? See, this is why I buy composition notebooks all the time, because whenever I have one of these, the rings are going to get smashed around, they'll be bent, the coil will become undone. It's just a nightmare after 1 month. Oh, I can open notebook. There it is. ASM, Tide, Umti, Tick, and a bunch of phone numbers.
These abbreviations mean something, but what?
If we compare it to the captain's log, maybe. Maybe killed by the knife. And then body was posed to look as if the harpoon did it.
This wooden handle is plain and solid.
Unless he fought back and it's somebody else's blood.
This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body.
Or just blood in the
Peter
blood.
tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
That's a conclusion, Holmes. It could also be that he was stabbed with a knife, and the knife was dropped, and then the harpoon covers up the knife wound.
Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon.
What about the pictures? The pictures are of interest? Alright, I guess we could analyze a body then.
This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong.
Clothes?
Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer.
Did we expect him to be naked?
The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense.
It could only have been a whale. Clothes, chest, face. Okay, that's everything then. It's toy with her brand new deduction mechanic. Oh, does it spin around? Oh, it does spin around. Break-it attempt. And a notebook. Could it be whoever is JHN tried to recover it? So pretty similar. It just gets jazzed up by the next one. Ambush must have been made that tonight. Must have made tonight. To see if the break-it attempt will be repeated.
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry.
Gonna be awkward if the JHN notebook is completely unrelated, and some mate of his from years back simply gave him his notepad. Pinned to wall, but there was no gardener. No. Pinned to wall. No. No gardener, so wasn't a gardener who broke in. No. Need more clues. But now that we have the sea unicorn and the notepad, can we go to the books?
The ship's...
No? Still no? The object of interest? Is it an object of no interest? Okay, so how does this boot compare to the shoe size? I get to drag it down my... No, no, no! No, no, no! 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 Too small!
Don't match the footprints.
It was somebody else. Maybe it was his wellies. They talk about the tobacco pouch, the outline of the dust, the boot doesn't match. Organize an ambush with Lestrade. The to-do list is definitely more in-depth. Okay, Lestrade, how do we do this? Just you and me?
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky.
And why is that?
Because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oh, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Better prepared with a pneumatic hammer.
So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
Shouldn't we have some of the cops leave, though? In case he's watching, so that we could pretend that there's no ambush and wait? So what next, then? We've organized, right?
We need to find a good place for an ambush. Perhaps behind Carey's cabin, near the window.
Near the window? Unless he's hopping the fence to come over.
This looks like the perfect hiding place.
Bunch of shingles. In the light, for a second, I thought it was thatched roof. Which is so cozy. Hotel in Lyme Regis? Kind of thatched roof.
Shh.
And oh my goodness.
Did you hear that?
So warm. Is that a boy? That's a boy, isn't it? That's a young'un.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there.
Bravely guarding from the outside.
Holmes? All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing
I mean, this is a child.
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey. But we were here, waiting for you.
Oh, it's just like Radius
What is
Attorney.
your
Just
name?
blame everyone the moment you see
John
him.
Hopley Nelligan, but I
JHN!
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but yes, it's just that I couldn't.
I'm tired
Tell us
of
the
this.
truth, son. Tell us the truth.
Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't. I'm not. It's a terrible mistake.
That I'm sure the
Enough.
judge will understand.
You
He's
can
very
explain all that
understanding.
to the judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
But
in light of recent events, it seems evident that your coming here was unnecessary. All the same.
Unnecessary?
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. Holmes.
You are welcome, Inspector. But please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
And we still haven't examined the books. Casebook, what do we have? So we completed all these. I'm going to assume that this is also linear. Could we leave while this is in transit? We can. Nah, to the yard. Oh, that's pretty cool. This is kind of cute. It's like a mobile base of operations to decide where we're going. And so you could like organize your thoughts while the game is loading the next area. You know what? Never mind. Back to the lead. Oh no, I can't. It's too late. I can't tab in. I'm leaving. Just opens that back up. Alright. So let's go interrogate the child then. I'm sure he's innocent and has a very valid excuse. What's in his person?
These are the suspect's belongings.
He got his notebook back. Is he married? From R. Dawson to my friend and partner, 1883. Aww.
From R. Dawson.
Hopefully they have many, many happy years.
Partner, 1883. To my friend, Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer.
A single Dawson? You want to find one Dawson in all your encyclopedias?
A handkerchief with the initials JHN.
A bit plain, but it is embroidered.
A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor. These abbreviations mean something, but what?
What does it mean? Oh, do I gotta tell him to bring him out?
Mr. Holmes?
He's already in? He's already in. Okay, I'm going to want the truncheon and... No, start soft. Roll up a newspaper and beat him with that. Then comes whatever this is. Is that just a horse? We just tie him up to the horse? And let gravity do its thing? So, the first that comes to mind is he's got a very basic starter mustache. So either he's like 14 to 16 years old, or he's only just started T. Shabby hat, shabby clothes, shabby mustache. Expensive fabric, though. So, Gran probably gave him the jacket once for Christmas years back, but it's the only one he's got, so he's got to patch it up. Short sleeves? Oh, he's grown into it. He can't afford to get new ones as he grows up. Either that, or he sold in somebody else's jacket that doesn't perfectly fit him. And calluses and scars. So first, the ring. Tell us about your bow.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
I can believe that. Ring's engraving.
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner.
I don't know, he might have been at sea.
So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
But the engraving. Just the engraving again? Is there different evidence we could use? Father's jacket, maybe. Is it his father's jacket? Wearing an expensive but worn and ill-fitting jacket. Previously belonged to someone else, most likely his father. So it could be. Maybe it's his dad's jacket? Oh, what's his name? JHN. From R. Dawson to friend and partner. What about the engraving? Just keep on pushing it. No, wrong. Select the correct answer.
So, Mr. Nelligan.
The ring is mine.
Yours by right of inheritance, but originally your father's?
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Who's gone now, and thus yours.
But how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else. Most probably your father.
His father is smaller than him.
With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
And the sea knife?
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
Then tell us exactly what you saw then. What exactly happened? Or the notebook. Tell us about that instead.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know. I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
So you
What
met
do these
Carey at the
abbreviations
hotel.
mean?
Oh no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
Well, as it
I will
stands,
find out
kid.
eventually, Mr. Nelligan.
As it stands. This is what,
Well,
late 1800s?
I will see you soon, young man.
Please let me go. I'm innocent.
So either he tells us, or he goes before the judge, with everything already stacked against him. And so he gets the gallows, given the bloodthirstiness of the justice system in Britain at this time. Could telling us possibly be worse than that?
What am I doing here?
Mr. Holmes?
Evidence has already been looked at. Morgue. Break-in attempt for the notebook. The break-in attempts were made in order to recover the notebook that had been lying in the pool of the victim's blood. It proves the guilt of the person who made these attempts. Or does it? Also, where'd my previous neuron synapses go to? Swift actions, armed with a knife, but had no time to use it. Murder acted quickly and instinctively. But he was also pinned through the wall. Need to find out whether an unskilled and untrained man could use a harpoon well enough to kill by fully piercing the body.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I'm sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
Is Watson going to play the victim? Is the body here? Oh, the body's not here. Does that mean that Peter Cushing is still pinned to the wall?
Locked.
What's this? Staff room? Leave them to their business. So Baker Street then. To check in on Watson? Deductions, we got nothing else, right? Pinned to wall. But there was no gardener. Nothing else connects. We must experiment. Toby's here! They got Toby in the game! Oh, we did not get to use Toby often enough.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
Alright, also got the archives for Dawson. 1883. 1883, this is the years, right? Bankruptcy Act of 1883. Dawson and Nulligan are bankrupt. Nulligan. Friend and partner. Dad used to be rich, and then vanished. Dawson and Nulligan Investment Fund bankrupt. Nulligan missing. The Dawson and Nulligan Investment Fund, a regional banking institution based in Cornwall, has declared bankruptcy as a result of the heavy losses in its loan portfolio, and has accordingly been assigned for liquidation. It was the 23rd largest bank in Britain, and its bankruptcy was the second largest on record. The liquidation of the company is a pure catastrophe for many Cornwall families. Joshua Nulligan, one of the bankers, has since mysteriously disappeared. He was last seen aboard his yacht, preparing for departure to Norway. Nulligan is wanted by both the police and his creditors. Well, I don't think Peter Cushing is Joshua Nulligan. But they might have known each other. Sailing boats, Scandinavia.
Here it is. Now I begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
He and his family fell into poverty. Approximately 19 years old, I was a little bit off. Raised in wealth, but after the desertion of his father 10 years ago, family fell into poverty, worked to earn money by cleaning fish despite undertaking manual work for considerable time. He remains physically weak. Anywho. Experimentation time, John?
A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
Are you serious? Holmes
But
been
we do
begging
need
for you
to
to
clarify
ask.
what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible. But if that is the case, then it alters many things.
And there is a missing small
I
chest,
don't
too.
quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Pig.
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
Hey, I got it right.
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Oh,
Watson,
Watson.
let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed pig.
Or ballistic jelly. Could we use a desk to make some ballistic jelly?
On the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
But Sherlock, that's evidence. Maybe there's more whalers in Whitechapel. Whitechapel Butcher.
I need to take a harpoon with me.
Oh, alright. Then to Woodman's Lee then. But a butcher in Whitechapel. That could only be either Dr. Jonathan Reed or one of his colleagues. And the loads are much quicker here. Mechanically, the game seems similar enough, so I'm guessing that the load times are only for how beautiful the game has to be made. Since any given game is what? 15% game and 85% graphic stuffs. I'll take this,
That
yoink.
should do it. Now I am ready for the experiment.
Well, they have removed him finally. Poor Pete, I thought they're gonna keep him stuck up here forever. So that is still a missing object of interest. 1884. The Sea Unicorn, 1884. And Joshua disappeared when? 1883? 1883. So Pete might have been involved. Evidence required.
These footprints.
Oh, I gotta find the right shoe then, huh? Gotta collect people's feet. Then to Whitechapel. We had to go all the way to Surrey to get the harpoon before coming back to Whitechapel. A round trip. With trains of this era. Or carriage. But I'm assuming the carriage scene is a shorthand for any transportation. Alright, here's my pig. Oh, but Watson, this one's already been halved open. We can't have a spatchcocked one, we need a whole pig. We gotta see if we can get it all the way through the body. With all the guts and sinews and everything involved.
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson.
And then,
This
Watson,
might be dangerous.
we'll have
I am not
barbecue
well
afterwards.
practiced in this exercise yet.
Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable test.
Hold breath. Aim. I'm gonna aim for someplace a bit meatier with more bone on it. Okay, so you gotta click again. I thought it was like hold, then release.
Holmes, you should try to aim better and throw as hard as you can.
That was as hard as I can. This might be telling. It went to the guy's chest, right? So you gotta consider it went through like breastbone and all the internal organy stuff, then out the back of the ribcage. Or was it guts? Either way, then had to go through a lot. I can't believe Undertale stole its combat mechanics from this. Oh, got it through.
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right.
So what does this
But
tell us?
before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
What, it wasn't the
Very
same
well,
pig?
Please hurry.
Of course.
Gonna eat well tonight on Baker Street. Block party for everyone. I call dibs on all the ribs. Okay, so where to? Scotland Yard again to interview the boy? Because I can't really do much of anything else right now. So, what to ask him about? The bankruptcy of his father? Is the body here yet? No. They got him frozen up. Alright, tell us about your dad and Dawson.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes. Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard.
Is that the
from him
notebook?
again.
The list of securities?
He believed that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan.
Maybe.
At last, we are making some progress.
Maybe Mr. Peter.
Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and
Uh-huh,
Peter Carey were
uh-huh.
both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
Maybe Peter Carey isn't just a whaler, but also partakes in some light piracy. What's the next task? John Nelligan is not a usual thief. What is this roll and all that? Ship's log for the year 1883. Okay, now I can go to the ship's log. But we still miss boots. We need more boots. So, if Nelligan boy is 19 years of age, he's probably got smaller feet than Sailor Pete. Okay, log.
1883. That's the one I need. This
What have we got?
is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn.
Peter Carey, master. Charles Allison, first mate. Henry Joy, second mate. Okay, anybody that we might know? Ned, Walker, York, Lang. Rolf Talbot, Roger Fowler. Nah, just sailors.
Log
June?
notes for June. Nothing unusual.
Light breeze of the day. Alright, if it's nothing unusual. August.
Log notes for August. These pages have been torn away.
Curious. Incoming storm. Squall wind. Canadian Pacific Railway.
Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR. A torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There
The
are three
notebook,
ways
the
of discovering
bonds.
what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first two of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
So maybe there was a spot of piracy. Because Dad took a bunch of bonds on board. Possibly that had been recorded on the notepad. And then you've acquired them for yourself. Has a box here on the shelf. And either somebody's come to retrieve it. Maybe Dad himself. Or another sailor who knew of the piracy and wanted the loot for himself now that the bonds have matured. So where do we go then? Baker Street to check the archives. Find a use for the bond certificate. Task for Wiggins. Where do we see Wiggins then? We haven't spoken to anyone about the tobacco pouch. Or the outline of the dust. Where's the wife? Maybe the wife knows something. Son of the garden, is she? Was Peter a smoker?
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
We go to the cabin to smoke. Outside of our line of sight. Is that it?
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book.
With a
He
shell?
kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Missing.
Thank you, madam.
That could be what the break-in was for, not for... Well, no. It would have gone missing before the place was locked up. Break-in attempts for the missing tin box? Nah. A non-smoker who was pinned to the wall. A strength requirement. Though wasn't pinned to the wall. Some of the facts may be interpreted differently. So could it be a feat of strength? Requires a much greater strength than that of the average man to be able to pierce a man's chest with a harpoon all the way through to the wall. A degree of skill would most likely be necessary. The two men in cooperation might achieve the same result. Or a lucky throw. I don't think it's luck. See, when I was a kid, I'll say teen, early teens, late childhood, early teens, I'd make sport by picking up those big lengths of rebar and launching them towards a beetle nut tree we had in our yard, thinking that, oh, you know, it's like spear throwing. And that's just one length of rebar. And it took a lot of practice to hit the tree reliably, but did end up being able to pierce all the way through with the rebar. Which is pretty cool, to be honest. But that takes strength and practice, not luck. I don't think luck had anything to do with the harpoon piercing through the body completely, and then to engorge itself into the wood in such a way as to lift a grown, heavy man and keep him suspended against the wall. It's gotta be strength. This is a physical feat. Break-in attempt, because he's a non-smoker. Missing tin box is not for the gardener. Non-smoker, and thus no gardener. Hey, Onyx! He's gonna go after my wad if you let him up here. Hey, baby. Who's a good kitty? Who's a cute kitty? Wow. I guess this is Onyx's stream now. Hey, Onyx. You want to purr into the mic, Onyx? Do you use it? No? Okay. I can't exactly manipulate my keyboard and mouse. Ah! Who's a good kitty? Yes, you are. Yes, you are a good kitty. You have such a panther-like face, Onyx. You aren't a house cat. You are a tiny panther. Don't go for my drinks. You could have this cup. Here you go, baby. You heard the water. You want the water?
It's fancy. He needs a cup.
Mm-hmm. Okay, need more clues. So Wiggins, where's Wiggins going to be? We haven't met Wiggins yet this game. Baker Street? Do we just call young boys to visit our flats? To have them do jobs for us?
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they are still working at the harbour.
Oh, so we come here to ask about the harbour?
Scotland Yard.
I doubt it, Watson. And really,
This
I
guy
would prefer
time.
that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll
Or
call in
children,
the
then
specialist.
disguise.
And who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
He blows a special
There is
whistle,
always a
and out they
watch
come like
beneath our
Oompa
window.
Loompas.
I have only to call him.
Oh, Wiggins boy!
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Well, there you go then, we have somebody literate.
Here is a list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the station as soon as possible.
Well, so pick
Thank
them
you.
up.
I'll be there shortly.
Our key witness has been murdered inside Scotland Yard. How's it hanging, Watson?
Good gracious, you caught someone. At least now you have a suspect.
Is it disguise time? Should it disguise? What's his role? Lestraw might have some new facts. So not disguise time yet. Maybe after we come back and Wiggins has some information for us. Scotland Yard then? Has he found boots for me to check? Okay, Lestrade, is this a tutorial for your offices?
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see
Careful,
you.
Onyx, those are my window
As always.
spiders.
What happened?
My
We
poor
have a new
window
suspect,
spiders.
Liam Hurtley.
Hurtley?
I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes.
Hmm.
He refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
All he
Let
needs
us hope so.
is to be
Ah, yes,
profiled
one
properly.
more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
He's literate?
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Alright, you guys did good. And that's as close to a compliment as they're gonna get. Oh, ooh, he's got boots. He did bring me boots.
These are the suspect's belongings.
They just straight up took his shoes off of him.
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5.
9.5. You know, these games are great. I wear a 9.5. And between these three games, they make it sound like 9.5 is so big. But I've always made it feel that 9.5 is so small for not being like a size 13.
A pen. Nothing unusual about it.
Hey, Onyx, that's my foot.
No.
The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals.
Onyx! That's okay. I don't mind him using my leg as a scratching post. Stained letter. It might be worth testing the boots first. And analyzing the letter. Then talk to him with more evidence and ammunition. First the boot. We shall drive all the way out to Sussex and back. while Leah Nilsson waits in the interrogation booth for ages. Does it fit? We need to bring in every adult male with a 9.5 boot. In fact, no, even the kids. If there is 9.5. Perfect match? Perfect match?
Match the footprints exactly.
Okay, that's one. Then Baker Street. To try out the chemical analysis game. Deductions while we wait. Hurley's boot prints do fit. The break-it attempt. No? The missing tin box. There's no gardener. Liam Hurley's boots match the footprints at Woodman's Lee, thus proving he was there. Judith Carey denies that he was a gardener. Well, we haven't spoken to her about it yet. How do we know that? Maybe it's worth going to Sussex one more time. Just to see what she has to say about him.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction.
Oh, and it's a puzzly thing.
First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the 3rd one in the sequence
after the blue
reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So blank, blank, blue, blank, blank, orange, and colorless. Onyx, don't come up. Well, I'll let you guys ruminate on this, because all this tea is going right through me, so I gotta pee. So, sudden BRB. I won't be too long, I promise. You don't gotta worry about everyone's favorite guinea going missing, I'll be back. My legs really have become his favorite plaything. I step up to go to the bathroom, and the first thing that happens is legs swiped by cat. Oh, Onyx, don't! Those are my headphones! Don't attack those! Go for my legs if you gotta! Okay, let me see. We got... Meow. Orange, orange, colorless, colorless, blue, blue, green.
First condition. All 7 reagents should
Uh-huh.
be second condition. Orange reagent should be the third one in
Third
sequence.
after blue.
Third condition. Colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
What if it goes? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, right? And then colorless. So what if it's blue? Then green, right? That's the first 2. And so that means the first blue has orange. And colorless.
No, something isn't right. I need to start the reaction from the beginning again.
Oh, I see. Okay. So I guess this is assuming that the blue is number 1. But all 7 must be used. Blue, green, blue, and then orange clear, orange clear. Since don't all have blue, blank, blank, orange clear, blue, blank, blank, orange clear. Then repeat. Nothing wrong so far. A correct. Got it.
Done. Now I can proceed further.
Or Holmes could
Let us
simply
see if the
visit a local
content of this
chemist.
letter sheds a little light upon the mystery.
We're going to wipe off the ink that's been spilled across everywhere. And also the ink that's made up the letter. I did as you asked, and hid them well, but I beg you to reconsider. To reconsider Ion, Ice, and remember our vows. I have to do nothing dishonorable for which you blank me.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk.
Okay, first things first. All the way down to Sussex. It's a good thing we went and got the monthly pass for these carriages. But don't ask her. See, I'm taking that she has no gardener to be a separate thing from Mr. Liam, but the game seems to be connecting them.
Who could do such a thing?
So we can't ask? Okay. Back from Sussex to Scotland Yard. Could ask about that, could ask about the letter. Need Wiggins to come back with the list of the crew. Or where they might be hiding. Wiggins surely knows where Sailors hangs out. Okay, now we brought ammo. Oh, now let's bring him out.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
Is that the scale? Is he playing with the scale?
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Underwear?
I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Ah, she'd come back just as a
Precisely.
cop.
And considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, Rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
This guy feels salty. I bet he's a sailor.
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
Hi, Onyx. Okay, so what's he like? He's got grays in his hair. A nice cap. Very lovely eyes. He keeps his eyebrows well and far apart, so he takes effort to groom himself, which means that all this scruff is a personal design choice. He's also got a gash across his neck. Fishing accident or a fight? An old scar. Nice waistcoat, nice scarf. Padded tied similarly to mine. No, it's a different knot. He's also got the tits. Maybe he's related to the widow or their lovers. They're both a fan of tits. Plant remains, who has been trudging through her garden. In more ways than one, am I right? And has gardener's hands. She denies having a gardener, though. See, she denies having a gardener, but she hasn't mentioned Liam. I think they're seeing each other. Tell us about Woodsman Lee.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
Boots match, the garden, the boots.
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
You collaborated with everybody else, with size 9.5 wellies. What about the garden? The garden is well maintained.
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
What would I be doing there? So maybe he wasn't a gardener. Maybe he's simply a friend of Pete's, and he comes by to help him out. They drink some cheap rum, reminisce of old times.
Reminisce.
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
How
I
did you?
observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
Your tools? But then why hide all this?
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
Hurtley's letter. I don't think it's a pouch. It's a letter.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one, but it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools.
Then why hide the
It's to do
tools?
with
What's so
my
special
work,
about them?
see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at
No, you
Woodman's
fool,
Lee.
that's a red herring.
What am I doing here?
I'm not saying...
Lestrade, you want to help out? He's in there, I can see him. Oh, you can talk to him. What's he got for us?
How is the investigation going, Mr. Holmes?
We can't talk to him.
Do you have any idea who the murderer is yet?
But we can, so maybe later on. To fish something out of him. Okay. Investigate the murder. What's Nelligan's role? What's he trying to hide? Hurtley is a stranger who was arrested by the police as a suspicious individual, seen prowling around at night near the Woodman's Lee. A former soldier who left the military with an honorable discharge after having been wounded by the neck by shrapnel. Oh. So that's completely unrelated. And doesn't sound like he has time for sailoring. Now lives a quiet life working as a gardener. A gardener who the wife denies all knowledge of. Maybe the wife is the actual murderer. She would need the strength to launch a harpoon and pin Pete through the wall. But one of my exes was a fairly large woman, and one open palm slap had such destructive force and power that my eye was bleeding for like a week afterwards. So you never know. She might have it in her, hidden within these puffy sleeves.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Lies! And we can't use the tits to our advantage? They both have tits.
We have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam.
There's a crack on the wall too, though.
Let's see what could be hidden here.
Probably nothing. If Holmes didn't need to comment on it. Another pumpkin. The pumpkin is the true overarching killer. Pumpkin at a place? No, the shed floor. Alright, so it's not buried in the pumpkin. And small box that possibly... Oh, that's a weird key lock. Is it a puzzle or a keyhole? That's a puzzle, isn't it?
Let us see what is in this box.
No, no puzzle? Every time I see one of those, like, concentric circles on a box, I think, oh no, puzzle, but it never is. So what's this? Rotate all or rotate? Rotate what? Oh. Could I use keyboard to switch? No, has to be the, scroll button. Oh, there we go. There's more to it. So connect you, then back to you. And yay, it's solved. Bunch of letters. And bonds, perhaps?
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley
So.
and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
See, called it. The Arbold fans of tits. Liam, my dear, you have been so good to me all the time I have known you. I cannot describe these feelings, but I suppose that they are sinful and no good can come from them. I fear it might happen. I fear it going against God. I thank you for your care, but I cannot leave the man with whom I have been bound by God. It is his divine will, and thus my husband is a cross that I must bear. He makes my life a living hell. But bruises fade, and you must not worry for me. So this could be more passionate crime then. She did have an unhappy marriage. But unhappy in a more physical way. So he was here, tilling the soil.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
Oh, what are you talking about?
You know, the guy who plows your soil, spreads some seeds, scatters a fertilizer. Romantic correspondence. The outline in the dust where you made sinful love in the begonias.
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Aww.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what
After
happened.
he killed your husband.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
That's one life ruined. What more do we have then? Peter Carey non-smoker, Judith Carey's letter. Did as you asked and hid them well. Beg you to reconsider our vows. Our vows? I have done nothing dishonorable. Wedding vows, or do they make romantic vows of their own? No. Confession? Harmless flirting. It's been confirmed that Liam Hurtley was flirting with Peter Carey's wife and even fell in love. But it didn't go beyond affectionate but harmless letters and words. I don't know. So, it's the 19th century equivalent of sexting behind your partner's back? It's just words, it's just texts. Hurtley's presence of Woodman's Lee on the night of the murder is explained by his affection towards Judith Carey, and the fact that he works there as a gardener. We can't undo these. These don't have any choices to make. So that's interesting. This game has mandatory clues that discount certain suspects. Alright. So somebody else we don't know then? Unless it is a wife? Oh, there you go. There's a choice. Was it harmless flirting? Or was it desperate jealousy? Liam Hurtley loved Judith Carey so desperately that his jealousy could have provoked him into committing murder. Mitosis? Its motive? His relationship with Judith Carey gives a motive for killing Peter Carey? Or his innocence? His presence at Woodman's Lee on the night of the murder is explained with his affection towards Judith Carey, and the fact that he worked as a gardener. I mean, perhaps, and the boot prints going towards the shed could just be regular garden work. But it could be motive. Contradicts the jealousy. He could have been jealous, but otherwise innocent. He loved Judith. It could have provoked him to committing murder, but did not. And now it's a possibility. Feat of strength, a lucky throw. Can we link anything else? The missing tin box goes nowhere still. But we know what the tin box is now, right? Because that was the tin box, wasn't it? It was a tin box. Alright, so Wiggins, have you brought me any sailors? Could you tell me where sailors hang out? Rearrange some sizes here. What is
We
this?
found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
Alright, what have we got? Hugh Pattins, sailor. James Lancaster, helmsman. Patrick Cairns, harpooner. Rolf Talbot, sailor. John York, cook. Pablo Coventral, harpooner. Died a week ago.
This is interesting. Let us review the other sailors now.
There's a harpooner. Harpooner could surely launch that bit of wood and metal through flesh.
This man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials.
Oh yeah,
that
the
were
initials.
found on the tobacco pouch.
Wasn't thinking about those. And if Pete doesn't smoke anymore,
Could you give us
could
some
be his.
information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
Sometime later.
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
2 whole
Thank you,
guineas.
sir.
Well, there was arm wrestling in Devil's Daughter, but only around Baker Street as like a side activity you could do. I thought there was going to be some in the pub, but there never was. So this might be where where arm wrestling actually comes into play. You want sailor, right? If we're gonna go to the pub, bandit, farmer, morning gown, sailor outfit. What? Still locked? Come on. Don't tell me you gotta go to the pub. And then be like, "Arr, fancy professor, what are you doing here? Go count your money elsewhere, yar." Then we gotta come back, dress as sailor, then go back. No? Is it too soon to go to the Sea Witch? Oh wait, hold on. I gotta link some thoughts to be allowed to first. Patrick Cairns, non-smoker. Check Patrick Cairns. Then dress as sailor, yeah?
If I wish to speak to Cairns...
Yeah, okay, alright, I was... Got it, way ahead of you. Haven't unlocked the right to unbutton our coat. Sailor outfit, and then some makeup, because I still look like a banker. I could finally change my hair, that's been unlocked. Top hat. Eh, maybe like that? Or here we go. Can't afford the cool trendy shades. But I do need me some spectacles. That is straight up scrungy. This is a man who can't afford to constantly change his razors every month, so he only shaves as little as possible to count as shaving. Let's give him the old reliable. There we go. The Chapter 1 classic.
Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
So let's go then. To the Sea Witch. And maybe arm wrestling, because I bet there's going to be arm wrestling. Are there more things to deduce? No, we're here, we can't. This is very 2013's 2014 era lighting. Seems fancy. Patrick Cairns. No eavesdropping, no minigame to find him, just there he is. Nice earring, that's left ear.
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling on arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Gotta make sure
Suits
Lop was
me.
all his money. Follow his facial expressions to understand his moves, push, restrain, or idle. So I guess when he's got the constipation face, that means he's pushing, right? I didn't get the hang of it in Devil's Daughter, but nothing required it in Devil's Daughter, so it was no loss. This is tough. But it's Holmes's money, so... could do this much as I want, I bet. Oh, I gotta tap it. I can't just hold the button down. Okay. Putting up strength again. Squat that poop out. Squat that poop out. This is kind of funny. The way his face changes every single thought he makes. Alright, I get it. I get it. Shame that you never used it.
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
For more shillings? Profile him first. So it is ring in left ear. And gold, so his bow must think much of him. He does keep his beard. A fool, but trims it so he doesn't tickle his bow's neck too badly. And he's got very piercing eyes. And a very slight curl to his hair. Bashful turtleneck with a light spill on it. Strong hands. Yellow nails for smoking. And a tattoo of an anchor. Okay, one more go.
I'm ready to try again.
Fine. If you want me to take all your money, no problem with that.
Big talk for someone who's already lost. Oh, should have tricked me. What's his idle face? His poop face is easy enough. I guess he kind of goes sad eyebrows when he's idling, I guess. Poop face, poop face. Poop face. Just get him down. Ah. No, not gonna let me have it. Won't let me have it. Little more, little more. Ah. Maybe it's sad eyebrows is restrained face. Tap out, man. Just tap out. We beat you twice. Give us information.
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all
No.
that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
We've just met and he's already given his life story to me.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
Tell us about harpooning? So if he sold him the bonds, then he wouldn't be in the poorhouse himself, would he? It's a motive to steal it. But his situation hasn't improved any.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great Roger. We sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
And Black Peter. Just gonna go straight for the meaty stuff. No subtlety.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of them all.
The worst you say.
Liar and violent too.
Violent liar you
Swinging
say.
those fists of his around. He was a tyrant and not much of a captain. At least not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
There's even worse. Give us a D's. We paid for your beer.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883.
1883?
The August of that year.
When Dad goes
Leo
missing?
Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor.
And you guys gutted
The
him?
crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
A missing tin
That's
box.
strange enough.
Aye. Even stranger was that on the second night, he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
So, I wasn't too far off. Spot the light piracy. They find a dinghy because somebody's ship went under. Pull him up. Take his bonds, toss him overboard.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. And those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Just between you, me, and Scotland Yard. And anybody else. Plant pouch, go to toilet. The smoking pouch to see how he reacts. I need to use a bathroom.
Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
The head, Holmes, the head. In his jacket. In the fireplace. In the jacket, I guess.
Here it is.
Totally required a minigame for that. Before I go, could you give us a smoke?
Have you got any tobacco? We've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute.
So you've lost your pouch.
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, it is.
So that does pin you to the scene of the crime, the night of the murder.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe, if you
Aww.
like. Aye.
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
We just lifted that man's spirit so much. And now we're gonna go and ruin his life. So it could be self-defense. Karen's pouch, so he was there. It proves guilt. He's confirmed the pouch belongs to him. He was at the scene of the murder, and thus proves his guilt. Karen's has confirmed the pouch belongs to him. This means that he was at the scene of the murder, but does not necessarily prove that he is a murderer. But we do know that Black Peter is a violent man, so it could have been self-defense. Self-defense that pins a man to the wall. Break-in attempt for the missing tin box? Come on, it's gotta be. What else could it be? It's a tin box of bonds and his guilt. It's probably how he retired with a small fortune. So where's next? So we could talk to Nell again. Oh, now that we know what happened to his dad. I should change first, but I won't. And is it possible that little Nelligan knew too? What happened to Big Nelligan? Oh, it automatically changes. I guess that's kind of cool, that it doesn't give you the disguise where you don't need it. Where people might recognize you. Alright, give me the Nelligan boy.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing wrong.
No, we can't talk about it?
I'm not saying.
Mr. Hunt.
I thought for sure. What's my evidence like? Find a use for this. Oh, I guess just, see if Wiggins... No, I don't think so. It's gonna be Wiggins. Find a use for the bond. August 1883. Canadian Pacific Railway. Archive, perhaps. That'd be cool if they're using Find a Use as a vague coverall for any form of investigation you could do. To Baker Street. And to a better coat, they gave me the drab waistcoat. And not the festive red and black one. Hey, John.
You met Patrick Cairns, the harpooner. Do you believe he's the murderer?
it. My archive.
Oh, we
I
can't
can always
archive?
consult with it.
Alright. Well, let me get some nicer clothes first. Gray suit. Specifically for the waistcoat. Can't use bandits. Sailors locked out again. Aww. I suppose then maybe Devil's Daughter is better in regards to more freedom in the disguise options than Chapter 1. Like everything else in Chapter 1, it's there, but it's not very well filled. You have all the options, but it's hollow. Deductions need more clues. Because these two don't go together, even though they totally should. Break it attempt for the tin box, maybe that is what the young Nelligan was looking for. Did she know Cairns, or did she know if Cairns came over?
Leave me alone, please.
Fine, geez, sorry. Shelves in green, books are cleared. Nothing here then, I don't think. This one's just for the boots.
Old navig.
What's missing? A map. Haven't checked the map out.
Hammerfest. Dundee. It's a whaling map.
A whaling. And that has revealed nothing. If I didn't know he was a whaler by now, then I am good and totally lost. Alright, so if not here, possibly something else in the shed? There's nothing else in the shed. Imagination isn't going to be of any help. Pumpkins
It
again.
seems that the garden was well maintained.
So the only other places in Scotland Yard at Baker Street, maybe Lestrade? Could ask a favor for? To get Pete'd, maybe. If we have Pete's story, not Pete, Karen. Was he a Pete? If we have Karen's story, we could possibly pull him in as a suspect to interview more harshly. Also, hence a lack of disguise. Can't have him recognize us in our jovial, friendly sailor form.
How is the investigation
No?
going, Mr. Holmes? Do you have any idea who the murderer is yet?
And neither of my suspects want to speak to me.
I'm not saying another word.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing.
And the body isn't in the morgue. So no analysis here. What about maybe the evidence room? If we could compare the bond to the notebook, which isn't in green anymore.
These are the suspects belonging.
Yes, we know. Canadian Pacific Railway, right? CPR?
Connected.
CPR.
Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
So then what? An archive? Missing papers of the tin box. Then he gets the idea to archive. Valuable bond certificates kept inside the stolen tin box. It's taken you till just now to figure that out, Holmes? Holmes, my man. Nelligan's motive could have been caught stealing the bond certificates. This might have been a motive for him to murder Peter Carey. I don't know. I still don't think that Nelligan Jr. murdered the guy. Feat of strength again. Pouch proves visit. Proves guilt. Feat of strength. But this is for Cairn, not for... Not for Nelligan. Oh, I guess it's red then, because this implies that Nelligan's guilty. He was looking for the papers. It explains his presence. Gotta get his motive or his innocence. A victim of circumstance does not fit the portrait of the murderer by physical strength or psychological description. So what pits Karen to it apart from being a harpooner? He was there on the crime scene. He's strong enough to harpoon somebody. He could have gone for the tin box. Peter Carey was murdered by Patrick Cairns, the professional harpooner. Tobacco pouch was found inside the cabin. Cairns is a cold-blooded murderer, guilty of the murder of Peter Carey and must be punished. Or Patrick Cairns killed Peter Carey, but the murder was not premeditated. Self-defense against an armed and irrational drunken sailor that does fit the profile of Black Pete, but why do it with the harpoon? I suppose there were harpoons on the wall, so it's the weapon he knows available at the time. I definitely don't think Nelligan did it. Retrieving his notebook. Only if it's an incredibly lucky throw. The universe has to conspire for Nelligan to be the guilty party. Proven by his dishonesty. You see, kids, if you lie, then you end up guilty of murder. He must be punished by the law for his desperate crime, or absolve him. He's a victim of circumstance. Childhood overshadowed by the loss of his father. He always dreamt of a reunion to find out what had happened. Made a poor decision, and so fell into trouble. I think that's why he was looking into Pete to find his father and the deets with Pete, but I don't think he's got the strength or the luck to have done this. What about then, if the flirting was real? It could have been Hurtley. Looking for papers, desperate jealousy. He's motive. Does he also have to be lucky? So, it required great luck for Nelligan and Hurtley to get their guilt? I don't think so. I don't think it was luck. Murdered Pete in jealousy and love for Pete's wife? Condemn him or absolve him, clouded by his love for Judith Carey, Peter's wife. The murder is a crime of passion under emotional duress. Nevertheless, he must answer to the law. Nah. Because one, there's only one person with the strength to pull this off. And mechanically, gameplay-wise, you gotta do more to unlock this option, so it must be him. Cairns is guilty. He saw the murder happen out on sea. He knows of Pete's violence. He probably came for whatever reason. And then the discussion quickly went south. The boot prints of Hurtley are because he gardens here. Nelligan was snooping about because he wanted to find his father's bonds and maybe find out what happened to him. But Cairns is the one who did the deed. It wasn't premeditated, maybe self-defense, but I don't think it was a planned murder. And just like that, we decide somebody's fate.
Good afternoon. I must be at the wrong address. I'd like to speak with a ship's captain, Captain Ahab. Is that you?
He doesn't recognize me.
My name is Sherlock Holmes.
How?
Detective fella. So, you wanted to see me?
That is correct. We need to talk.
About what?
About your murderous tendencies.
Who was killed in his own hut with a harpoon.
You know, don't ya?
He knows.
Yes.
I got it right.
How?
The tobacco pouch. You recognized it.
Oh, the sailor. It was you. Unbelievable.
They know about my disguising ways.
Fine.
Not, oh, the sailor, he told you.
But if you really do know everything, you should also know that I didn't want to kill him. He made me do it.
I know. Did you know about this story with the bond certificates? Did you need money?
Yeah. I just wanted him to cough up a little silver.
And he didn't, so I murdered
I'm
him.
out of work. And I thought maybe he could help me. Well, he refused outright, and he insulted me. I reminded him I knew all about that murder he committed at sea in 1883.
And so you went the other route.
Then he got mad when I spoke about his treasure.
Somebody knows blackmail, so you erase the blackmailer.
Before he could jump at me with his knife. You know the truth. What will you do now?
Self-defense, there you go.
To return the bond certificates. Keep some of them. You will need them in your exile. It is better that you leave the country for a few years.
Well, we can't
And
have
you
him
won't
explain in
say
court.
anything to the police?
I will not say anything as long as you return the money.
Well, I'll do as you ask. But what about Inspector Lestrade?
I will deal with him. Goodbye.
Terminally, the Lestrade we see in the next game is a plant, a double.
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes. We do need to talk.
About what?
What do you mean? Our case, Mr. Holmes. You sent me a message via your little thug.
His name is Wiggins, Inspector.
Telling me that the case is solved. Well, Mr. Holmes, tell me, who is our murderer and where is he?
Society.
The morgue.
It was capitalism.
Eh?
His name is, or rather was, Pablo Coventral.
What? We're gonna
He was
pin this
also
on
the
poor
ship with
Pablo?
Peter Carey, and he was a harpooner. I'll tell you everything, Inspector, but do calm down. Mrs.
Ah,
Hudson,
come
bring
on.
us tea and orange cake.
Orange cake? You're spoiling me, Mr. Holmes. That's my favourite.
Just to make sure Lestrade doesn't think too hard about this.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade told me that I should thank you for clearing my name. He also said that you were waiting for me here. I came as fast as I could. I cannot thank you enough. It's all because of you that this nightmare is finally over.
And now, so was a
I
nightmare of
believe
poverty.
that this belongs to you.
My father's securities. Incredible. But how did you get them?
It would take far too long to explain.
Tell me. This is extraordinary. You are a genius.
Then that may serve as an explanation. Goodbye, Mr. Nelligan, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. And thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
A decent enough of subdued arrogance. Not as Moffati as Chapter 1. More like an arrogance, where he knows he's a genius, but doesn't have to tell everyone else all the time, oh, look at me, I'm so clever. But if they want to say so, he'll agree with them. Hold space to check your conclusions. May spoil game experience. Oh, okay. Well, here they tell us that you could check your conclusion to spoil the game experience. Whereas in Devil's Daughter, I guess they assume that you've seen this already. I haven't. Going in, I just see a button. Check conclusion, yay or nay. Of course I'm going to press it. Here they're nice enough to say, if you do this, it may spoil it. So yeah, they totally expected you to play this game first, and the next one. Space! Hey, got it right, got all the clues. You get statistics? Oh, kind of like in Tell Me Why. 81% solved the case the same way, but just a little over half made the same moral choice. Personality ranking sympathizing. Ah. Devil's Daughter doesn't have a personality ranking. You know what? I bet you that Chapter 1 might have benefited from that, because Chapter 1 is so open-ended, but it gives you a lot more choices. There's the saying, what do you do? Are they guilty, be merciless, or guilty, be merciful? But there's usually more suspects too and everything else. And there's different layers to cases, so different ways you might be able to profile your decisions as a young detective. It's got the John system. Did John like your outcome? If you were nice and you got the right answers, thumbs up from John. If you weren't nice, or if you got the wrong answer, thumbs down from John. But it's not the same thing. But this is cool. I wonder if these case statistics are for the first playthrough only, like how it is with Tell Me Why. Or if it's an aggregate of all players across all playthroughs. And so maybe then, the split on the moral choice could be people going back and playing again to see different things. Who knows?
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes.
Yes,
Your
quite.
friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Touching
Sounds
grass.
I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
See, you
But you
insult
haven't
him,
yet
he
told
agrees.
me who your friend is. The one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you
A
mean
boy
that
lover.
he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
No, wrong
There's
again.
someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
But then no, case comes in. Do we solve it first? Quickly? Then to the countryside?
Mycroft.
Oh.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me. I'm Dr. Watson. We met at the Diogenes Club a few years ago. I documented our encounter in a short story I gave the title The Greek Interpreter.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help.
There are people who presently threaten both our country and the Crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need? Help? Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
It suddenly occurred to me.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That's the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it.
Lestrade,
They are
this is the
planning
Merry
something
Men stole some
diabolical.
powder.
Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further...
Oh, is that too big here?
Tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
If Devil's Daughter Holmes kinda looks like Mel Gibson, this one in the right lighting, in the right angle, not so much here, he's got like lots of lines and such. But sometimes you can see data in him. Achievements? Oh, a souvenir, the harpoon. Alright, Watson.
Holmes, please call a cab while I pack my suitcase. We should be late for the train.
Sure, where's the telephone? Where's my telephone? Where'd I put it? Letters? The grotesque murder of the former Captain Peter Carey, known in private as Black Peter, has been resolved. The evidence that Scotland Yard received from a trustworthy source was more than sufficient to conclude that the murderer of Peter Carey was Pablo Coventral, one of Carey's former harpooners. However, lawful justice could not be awarded. Coventral was found dead of natural causes, possibly from his remorse at committing such a terrible crime. And now again, a simple minority immigrant will go down in history as the scapegoat of the crime. His family will forever be shamed and ostracized and carry unnecessary guilt with them.
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
And they get there in 1 week. They're waiting 7 minutes on 1 week.
What a gloomy night. It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
But it's England, so...
Yes, at last.
It's actually on time, what?
The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags.
It's
and
only
your
us two here.
blasted archive suitcase.
We brought the entire archives, all the newspapers, all the encyclopedias, the textbooks.
The headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
And we can't hear music
Excuse me,
either.
sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
Maybe there was no train. Maybe the train got
It's too
waylaid.
dark. Only fog and rails.
And someone
nothing
came
else.
out with a bright light that's
There's no
dim.
use in stumbling around here at night.
Is that a ghost
We'll
story?
come back tomorrow.